Hello, hello. We're back. We're back. And before we get started, let's give it a little bit. I'm gonna finish getting this all set up, and then we're going to start something um new as a whole as a topic, because so far our topic has been Karen Reed. And then but it's not new. This is not a new thing that we're gonna start. So let me just finish getting this started. Started. All right, perfect. Let's get this here, and we're going to get this here, and we're going to get this here, and we're going to get this here. How are we guys doing? How are we doing? Woo, new case. Yes, we have a new case. We have a new case to cover, to talk about, to dig into, to sort out, to fill everyone in on. We have a new case, and it's an important case, super important to a lot of things that are actively happening with another case as well. Um, we all know we were in deep for the Karen Reed case. It is not over yet. So we're going to talk about how all of this is going to affect one another. That's what we're doing today. All righty. So let's do. Hello, my name is Lily. I am the Chatty Juror. I am not a lawyer, and but I do like legal things. When it comes to true crime, I like the aspect of the the law, how the next steps of what happens after the crime happens. And that's what we're going to be digging into today. Let's just run the intro and then we shall get started. So there is something big happening in Massachusetts, and we're going to go all the way back to Canton, Massachusetts. We thought we came home. We thought we settled back up in upstate New York, but we are back in Canton, Massachusetts. Why? Because 1 year before John O'Keefe was allegedly murdered by Karen Reed, she's on trial for his death. 1 year before that, there was another death in Canton, Massachusetts. And we're going to talk about Sandra Birchmore. We're going to go through a little bit of her background. I'm going to show you guys a really great website that is working. Who's ever making this website is working over freaking time. And I mean overtime to created by a division of the Secret Service with an X department. I'm going to show you this website so you guys can gather as much information on not just Sandra Birchmore's case, but another case as well. We're going to go through the affidavit. We're going to go through the tension motion thing. We'll get to all of it, to what is happening this past week with the entire situation. When we covered the Karen Reed case, we did have a few discussions here and there about Sandra Birchmore. And it was something that I was sort of familiar with. I was familiar with the security footage of the apartment building. That was like, oh, I remember seeing that, but I remember not hearing anything else about this case since then. And I was just not on the right part of the internet. I have heard the name, but I never did any sort of deep dive into it. And now with what is happening, I think it is extremely important. On top of the Karen Reed case, on top of the city, the area this is happening in, on top of all of this, her name needs to be screamed from the rooftops. And I wish I was on top of it earlier. Like, I wish I was following the situation, and I wish I was watching the things online, the family, the friends, the people digging, and pointing the fingers in the right direction, which the police were not doing. I wish I was there, but I wasn't. But I'm here now, and so I hopefully can just add to the the voices that are now really talking about this case, uh, and we're going to talk about everything. We're going to cover it all. We're going to cover it all. So before we get started, I'm going to show you. I'm going to run. I'm going to run. I'm going to run a little thing, and I hope you like it. When we come right back, we will be talking about Sandra Birchmore before death. So, a little background into Sandra Birchmore. Sandra Birchmore was um, a young child at the age of 12 who was not living the easiest life. She sought out some sort of stability in her life with the Police Explorers program in Canton, Massachusetts. And, or Stoughton. I think it was Stoughton. Massachusetts. Same county, different cities. When she was 12, she started going to the police explorers program. And so these programs are situated to help not just at-risk youth, but just youth in general to get into the idea of expanding their life past education into a law enforcement career. They have mentors, and they do ride-alongs, and they get kind of shown the ropes from an early age to not only bolster the community, make the police and the citizens of the area, the civilians, have a better rapport with one another, but to also have a sort of guaranteed force in the next 10, a decade later. So there's sort of many aspects to a police explorer program. I can see the pros, and I think this is um, a prime example of some of the cons that come with situations where children are placed in rooms with adults that, and I almost said that are not their family, but that are just adults. So this is Sandra Birchmore was 12 years old when she joined the Police Explorer program. I'm not going to get too in depth with her life. She's suffered a lot of loss, her grandmother, her mother. When she was 15, I don't and it's not okay, so let me just say, it's not that I don't want to continue to share her life, um, in this sort of frame. I don't want to hurt more. Um, there are a lot of people on the internet that do fantastic deep dives into victims' lives, who they were, how they were, their friends, their families, their aspirations, what they did in life, all the great things they added, the joy that they had, the problems that throughout their lives. There's fantastic people who do that. I cannot emotionally handle it. So it is one of the walls that I do have to put up while digging into these sort of things. The more I learn about a person who is a victim of something like this, like one of these, completely unnecessary cases that have gone on for far too long, that exist in a world of corruption, especially. It's too much emotionally for me, and I need to continue to respect my internal boundaries with it, because it's just too hard. It really gets to me. So there's a fantastic website. It's called Crime Time Lines, crimetimelines.com, and they have a really great background on Sandra Birchmore. Um, I can actually, let me just show you. Um, oh, I have it up in Safari. Oh, crap. Sorry, give me 1 second. I need it up in Chrome. Chrome. Okay. Shoop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop. Should I have done this already? Probably. Probably. Okay, so let's share this. So Crime Timelines is, it's incredible. This is a fantastic um, website that's happening now. It's happening now. Um, so this is crimetimelines.com. Case files for missing and endangered. There's a lot of people. They have Madeline Soto, Harmony Montgomery. This is just a really, really well done site right now. And I don't think I have, I can go here. So they have a really great about section, of Sandra Birchmore. There's also other creators who have done a lot of deep dives onto her past and who she was and her growing up, and she was great. She was a good person. She was caring, she was thoughtful, she was a hard worker, she lived through um very tough situations. She overcame, she grew up, she spent many years in the police explorers program. She got an apartment. She was living her life. At the same time, other things were happening as well to her. So Sandra Birchmore, in this police explorers program, met Matthew Farwell. Matthew Farwell first started as a volunteer, and then he was employed, and it was a thing. It was a thing. He was a mentor. He was there. He was an adult in a young person's life who was showing that young person the things, the this is how life can be. You're going through the police academy, you're going to be a cop, you're going to continue to be good in this community, and you too, Sandra, can turn around, become a cop, and do this as well for the youth coming after you. But what we did not know is that the communication between Matthew Farwell, let's say his name nice and loud, Matthew Farwell, but not louder than Sandra Birchmore's. Matthew Farwell was, and I want to say, my body is like, say it in the YouTube safe way, but I don't care. Matthew Farwell was grooming Sandra Birchmore since at least the age of 14. It could have started sooner. I'm sure it did. It's hard to pinpoint an exact date that Matthew Farwell went from mentor to groomer with Sandra Birchmore in particular. But the grooming, and when I say grooming is one of those words. We went through an issue online a few, like, year or two ago during the pandemic, gaslighting. Gaslighting, everyone's gaslighting. Everyone's gaslighting this and gaslighting that, and they're gaslighting me and they're gaslighting me. Everyone's saying gaslighting, and they weren't using it always properly. um when it comes to grooming, I would really appreciate people to make sure they're using that term in the most responsible way when it comes to adults interacting with children or any adults interacting with adults. Um, it is really, really important to nail down um, the grooming allegations, because it sets up an entire backstory, an entire history of why Sandra now in her early 20s would be doing and saying certain things. It is manipulation to an extreme extent. Sandra Birchmore was a really good candidate to be put into a situation where she would be groomed by an adult, especially a man, being Matthew Farwell. She was young, she was impressionable, she was not going through easy things. She was spending a lot of time in the Explorer program, away from home, away from um, family, away from the people she knew she could trust. She had to learn how to trust these other folks. You don't just go into a room and experience like, oh, I trust every single person in here. You should, especially if they're police officers. But she learned how to trust this one person, Matthew Farwell, in particular, because he was extra nice to her. He was extra chatty with her. He was extra attentive to her in all the ways, and um, we're gonna go through some of that. Um, when it comes to the grooming, um, it will eventually reach the turning point where a person who is being groomed will then become a victim in a new way, from their groomer. Um, and when that happens, if they're not able to sort of break that line of communication and stop seeing that person in however way, like they change schools or they go to college, however, like they separate, or the person who's grooming the kid gets arrested, like that's the ideal situation. If the child is unable to break away from the person who was actually grooming them, um, the likelihood of something stepping up in the level of um, intensity, the level of um, criminality is just exponential. So for Sandra Birchmore, it was when she was 15 years old, and the communication between her and Matthew Farwell, a man in his 20s, a police officer, um, reached the point where he was able to rape her. And there's a lot of things online. This is like, I need to talk about this. There's a lot of things online. There's a lot of people talking about this case right now, and there's a lot of people who are trying to save face for YouTube. Um, there's a lot of people trying to save face for YouTube. They're trying to stay monetized. They're trying to stay, and I can respect that in every way, shape, or form. But in this very particular case, it needs to be said what he did. There's a really hard out that some people are taking, and I don't mean like offense to it. There's a really hard out people are taking. And they're saying what happened between Matthew Farwell, who was in his 20s, at least 25, I believe, and Sandra Birchmore when she was 15, they were referring it to a sexual relationship. And that is, in my opinion, dumbing it down to the point where you are removing some of the responsibility from Matthew and putting some onto Sandra. And I think that is extremely irresponsible to do. And I understand that that's easier for YouTube to digest and less of a chance of you getting sort of knocked down or losing monetization or getting age gated or whatever on YouTube. But we need to say it as it is. She is 15 years old. This man is 25. He raped her after he was able to groom her for years, setting it up so that it wouldn't be, to her, rape. Brainwashing her, manipulating her to lose that fear of a 25-year-old man doing what he did to her. Taking the this isn't right context completely out of her mind. He brainwashed her. He groomed her. He manipulated her. He molded her into exactly what he wanted. Well, I wouldn't say exactly, because he wanted a 14-year-old. And we'll get to it. This is a really hard story. This is really terrible stuff. This is awful, awful stuff. He wanted a 14-year-old. But he wasn't able to work fast enough for that. But he got a 15-year-old who was willing to play along because she was brainwashed, manipulated, and groomed. That's what she was able to do. Because she was taught to unlearn everything about herself and about the world around her by this man, Matthew Farwell, and others. Oh, it just it gives me shivers. Like it makes me sick to my stomach. It makes me so absolutely upset. What happened when she was 15 never stopped. Well, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 years. Years. It never stopped. She was able to graduate from the Explorers program. She lost her mother, her grandmother. She wanted to be a police officer. She lost an aunt. She had so much loss around her. Growing up, stepping through that doorway of life, like you're an adult now, and it was just hit after hit after hit for her. In 2020, Sandra was living on her own in her apartment. She was a substitute teacher, I believe, or like adjunct or teacher's assistant. She was a teacher's assistant. Excuse me. She was still being visited by Matthew Farwell. And as she grew up, so did the experiences that she and Matthew was putting on her. Matthew was living his life, married, had a child, had another child, was a police officer, but wanted to make sure that he kept Sandra available when he wanted her. He never let his hold go of her. He was always in control. Always in control. He would, while on the job, clocked in, like, I'm going to clock in. I'm going to go meet Sandra and I'm going to rape her. But in her mind, she'll think that it's consensual because I've been grooming her since she was a child. And she is now mine. I am in control of her. That's how he went through this entire situation. On the clock, in his cop car, in parking lots, in her apartment, whenever he wanted it, she was available. Because that's what it was. That's what it was. That was the arrangement that he created. He created this. He molded this. When Sandra found out that Matthew Farwell's wife was pregnant with their third child, things sort of shifted in her brain. Things sort of changed. She was manipulated to believe that she loves this man. He was able to do that for her. She wanted her own family with him. She wanted to have a child with him. And she was sort of getting a little bit mad, right? There was like an emotional shift within her. New case, Michael. New case. What's going on? We got a new case. And things sort of shifted within her, and that's when everything sort of got different. And Matthew Farwell, and we'll keep saying his first and last name because everyone needs to be familiar with this man, especially in federal prison. Matthew Farwell wasn't happy with how things were sort of shifting, right? Like he wasn't down with it. He didn't want that. He didn't want things to change. He liked it how it was. He was married. He had his wife. He had his kids. She's pregnant with a third. And then whenever he wanted a little extra something, a little communication, a little rape here and there, he had Sandra. In his mind, he was living the dream. He put the work in, right? He should be able to have it. Sandra knows about his wife, but his wife, allegedly, I'm not trying to bring his wife into this. That's, girl, you're on your own. Girl, you're on your own. I'm sure people are out there digging in deep about Matthew Farwell's wife. I'm sure of it. But what I am sure of is that you, doll, are none of my business. You know what you know, and you don't know, and you didn't know what you didn't know. You now know. You now know. So Matthew Farwell's wife, you do you. But I hope you divorce him. Okay, that's just was a little preface. This is a little preface of what the fuck is gonna come. Okay, so 2020. Sandra says 2020, 2021. Yeah, so it was like the end of 2020. Sandra was like, okay, looky here. This has been going on long enough. I want a kid. And she laid down an ultimatum for him. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with jerks, assholes. They don't like ultimatums. They don't like them at all. They don't like not being in control. And Matthew definitely did not like not being in control. So she laid out an ultimatum and was like, hey, by the way, this is my ovulation schedule. We're trying for a baby. We're going to have a baby. Or I'm going to tell your wife about my existence, about who I am, about what the hell's been going on, about how long it's been going on, and all of the things. Like, all of the things. Now, at this point, Matthew was not aware that anyone other than Sandra knew about them. And it just so happened to be that one or two people did know. One or two people did know. Those people, I'm sure, were in Sandra's ear, like, this isn't right. Like, he's a married man. He's like, that's weird. That's gross. He's a cop. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? So they tried. He gave in. He's like, okay, look, we tried. We tried. And it didn't work. She did not get pregnant. So she's like, we're going to try again. And he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We said once. We'll read the text messages. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We said once. We agreed on that. Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, no, we're going to keep going. January 2021. She's telling him, hey, look, we're pregnant. I'm a couple weeks along. And he's like, we're going to have to talk about this. And she goes, talk about, it doesn't matter. We can talk about whatever we want, but I'm keeping this baby. And she's laying down the law. The baby's going to have your last name and you're going to sign the birth certificate and all of these things. She's like, she's really putting pressure on him. She's really putting a lot of pressure on him about this child, about having this child, about being the mother to this child, about being the father to this child, about showing up around holidays, about supporting this child, and about, or I could just tell your wife of this child. So on late January, a couple weeks later, Matthew's like, let's get a key. I'm gonna get a key. I need to get a key for your place. I'm gonna get a key. Because what happened prior, like a day, maybe two, it was probably the same day, maybe the day before. One of Sandra's friends called the Stoughton Police Department and said, oh my God, hey guys, hi. I just want to let you know that Matthew Farwell has been raping my friend Sandra Birchmore since she was 15. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so if you guys could do anything about that, that'd be great. I don't know if that's exactly what she said, but she did say that they were in a sexual relationship at that time. This friend may not have known that it started when she was 15. I'm not exactly sure. So to her, it could have been a sexual relationship, knowing that this man is a police officer, knowing that this man is married, knowing that this man is currently pregnant with his third child, and Sandra is too. That person, the officer, I think they called him a department employee, so it may not have been an officer. They took this message down and they handed it to Matthew Farwell. And they were like, hey, this girl called and said that you're sleeping with Sandra Birchmore. What's that about? That's weird, right? And he freaks out. Like, he freaks the fuck out. He's like, oh my God. He's like 6 something. Like, he's like 6'2", 6'3". Like, he's a big dude. Like, he's a big burly dude, Like, like, I don't know. That's all that I can see. I don't know. I don't care about him. Nobody should care about him. Nobody should care. So he's a big burly dude, and so like people were like scared of him because he's big and tough and like, I'm a man and I have anger issues. So he freaked out, like freaked the freak out. And he's like, don't ever bring this up again. You who took this phone call, tell nobody. Don't ever bring this up again. Right. So it's like a whole thing. Like, it was a whole freaking thing. And so he's pissed. And so he's like, Sandra, I need a key and I need to be able to get to your building. And so he like takes a deep breath and he comes up with this plan. And he comes up with this plan. He comes up with the plan. So the crime. I made these little things just to kind of help keep me on track. So the crime. So he comes up with this plan, and it is to get back into the good graces of Sandra because they were fighting. Well, he was fighting and she was just kind of like, okay, like, I don't know. I just woke up, like, leave me alone. And so he comes up with this plan. Sandra is in ready to have a baby mode. She's buying clothes, she's getting a stroller, she's like, she stopped drinking coffee and stuff like that. Like, she was ready to have this baby. She was really excited to have this child. And to like be a mom and get to like live this life that she really wanted to. So he comes up with this plan to get back into her good graces. I'm going to come over. I'll bring you ginger ale. Oh, you sweet little pregnant baby. Bring you ginger ale. But while I'm there, he says, I'm going to have to like look at the closet and the bathroom and like just kind of poke around, right? And be a little weird, be a little awkward. It set alarm bells off in Sandra's head. She's telling her friends about a friend about what he did, how he looked in places it was strange. Like, he was acting a little strange, but he was nice. They stopped fighting. Then a few days down the line, no one has heard from Sandra. She has no call, no showed at her job for a couple of days. And a wellness check was done on her in her apartment, and her body was found in a seated position, hanging, deceased. So what happens when police show up to a wellness check and there's a person who is gone? More cops show up. And in Canton, Canton police are going to show up because she was currently living in Canton. So if you guys remember, Karen Reed, she was also in Canton. Well, John was in Canton when he was found deceased on Brian Albert's front lawn, a Boston police officer. So all of this happened, Karen Reed and Sarah Birchmore happened in the same city, just about 1 year apart. But 1 year after Sandra Birchmore was found dead, John died. John O'Keefe died. So this is we have an idea of how something like this is going to go when police officers are involved, just off the bat, off the knowledge of the Karen Reed case that we know. That was cool. Thanks. We have some knowledge and some idea and some worry about how this is going to go, right? Yeah, so it did not go well. It did not go well for Sandra Birchmore and her family and her loved ones, because this was very quickly ruled a suicide. When the science proves that the way in which she was found and the manner in which she had broken bones, her hyoid bone in particular, how that was broken and like compared to how she was found, does not add up. Phone data does not add up. And the security footage of the last person to be seen entering and exiting Sandra Birchmore's apartment complex being Matthew Farwell also does not add up to a self-unaliving suicide. So it was all a lot for people who very clearly knew and could see and could tell that this was not done by herself. There was laundry and she was buying kids clothes. She's getting stuff ready to have a child. So when Matthew Farwell came over, the next day, I believe it was the next day. The next day, or I think it was the next day. Or maybe it was like a week, or it was around there. It's like it was just a few days. I'm not exactly like completely set on like the days. But it was within a week, I would say. He came back over and he was wearing a face mask, which was weird. Now remember, in 2020, it's the pandemic. Like, we're all doing pandemic stuff. Like, this is 2021 now, like January 2021. We're like in the height of the panorama. And he was very much one of those like, ew, a mask? You want me to breathe my own breath in? Gross. I am not wearing a mask. That's dumb, and I know better. than everyone that I know better, and everyone else is dumb for doing. Right? So he was not a masker. Hey Ray, what's going on? What's going on? So he was not a masker. He was an anti-masker. Is that a thing? Was that a thing? Was that? I don't know. He wasn't about it, but for some reason that day when he went over to Sandra Birchmore's apartment, he was. He was into it. He was into the mask, the face mask, the N95. I don't think it was an N95. It was just like one of those cheap ones. And hood. I guess it was chilly. I mean, Massachusetts in the end of January, chilly, right? Brr. So yeah, so having your face mask on is super weird. And he caught the security footage is of like the main floor going into the elevator. There was like a 43-minute time frame. He's seen going into the elevator, about 43 minutes. He's seen coming back out of the elevator and leaving with his face mask and hood up. So very interesting. We'll watch that. So the crime being, was Sandra murdered or did she kill herself? Did she put laundry in the wash, bring in dinner like a DoorDash order, go shopping for a stroller, and then decide, no, I'm not for this world anymore? Is that really what she did? Canton, Massachusetts police officers, Massachusetts DA, Massachusetts State Police. Is that really what she did? Or was she killed by her groomer, asked Proctor? Or was she killed by her groomer, Matthew Farwell? Okay. So that's a crime. That's a crime. And so I think that's enough to sort of get the basis in it. So yeah, that's into the law. Okay, that was dumb. I was a dumb thing that I said. But yeah, so let's get into the law. Let's get into the things that have been happening after the crime. And for us, this is not like this happened a couple months ago. Oh, this happened a year ago. This happened many years ago. This happened 2021, end of January, early February. And so here we are in what was then, it happened late August of 2024. Let's just start with the affidavit. I feel like we should start with the affidavit. Should we start with the affidavit, or should we and look at the investigators? Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna get there. Don't you worry, we're gonna get there. For sure. Let's start with the affidavit, and then we'll watch some things, and then we'll do like the detention stuff. Let's start with the affidavit. Okay. Records. It's all like just links right here, which is amazing. Crimetimelines.com. I'm telling you, go check it out. 28 minutes. Not 30, not 43, 28 minutes. Where did I get 43 from? Okay, we'll start with the FBI affidavit because it sort of covers a little bit of everything. I need to share. Share my screen. This and this and this. And shall I come over here? And we shall go full screen. What's going on? No, I don't want you to do that anymore. Well, this looks weird and terrible. Okay, what are we doing here? Let's come down here. Okay, there's a lot of pages here. Just so like we're all like mentally prepared. I probably won't um hmm, I probably won't read every single word. Let me just let me just figure this out. One second. Can we do this a little bit more? No. Okay. Sorry. I just needed to figure this out. I don't think I can get like any smaller. Okay, I feel like bottom is fine because I'll just keep scrolling up. Okay, so let's talk about it. So this is the affidavit. So the affidavit, oh my god, the affidavit of Special Agent Cheney, I believe is how you pronounce it, in support of government's motion for detention. So this is the motion for detention affidavit from the FBI. Why are we why? Great question. Thanks for asking. Why are we looking at something from the FBI if this happened like 3 years ago in Canton? Well, that's because Canton, the state, also both all of them said this was not an unaliving. This was or this was not a murder. This was an unaliving. So yeah, like what do you want us to do about it? Like what do you want us to just call everything a murder when she clearly like did this? No. So after many years of the internet and family and friends and people calling out for this to be looked into on a higher level, the FBI, the feds finally did. And this is their findings. This is their conclusion. This is their resolution to what happened, to how it was taken care of, and what the steps that they're taking next. So this is like the major summation of all of the work that they've been doing and what's been happening with this case, because it was not a suicide. Okay, introduction and background. I've been a special agent with the Federal Bureau, the FBI, since June of 2022. I'm currently assigned to the Public Corruption and Civil Rights Squad of FBI's Boston Division, where I investigate public corruption and civil rights offenses. Yep, that's where we're at. That is where we're at. I'm a graduate of the FBI Academy in Quantico. I am a federal law enforcement officer within the meaning of Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 41A2C. Okay, so the facts in this affidavit come from my personal observations and review of records, my training and experience, and information obtained from other agents and witnesses. This affidavit is filed in connection with the government's motion for detention. Therefore, it does not set forth all of my own and other investigators' knowledge about this matter. Canton, the FBI is coming for you. Yes, they are, because they are not done. This is just the beginning. We have a really long road in Massachusetts for sure, but things are going to change because when it gets to a point where a police officer in your district is being investigated by the FBI and be having charges pressed against him of this level of the FBI, you're not done. You're in for a long haul, Canton, and the surrounding areas. For sure. Massachusetts, buckle up because you're in a federal roller coaster at this point. I submit this affidavit in connection with the government's motion to detain defendant Matthew Farwell pending trial, as alleged in the indictment charging Farwell with violating 18 USC, etc. And as further described below, on February 1st, 2021, Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore with the intent to prevent her from communicating to law enforcement certain information regarding Farwell's commission or possible commission of the following federal crimes. 1. Using a facility or means of interstate commerce to persuade, induce, entice, or coerce then 15-year-old Birchmore to engage in unlawful sexual intercourse in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2422b, coercion and enticement. Depriving Birchmore of certain rights secured by the United States Constitution by committing statutory rape while acting under color of law in violation of 18 U.S.C. 242, and participating in a scheme to defraud the Stoughton Police Department and Town of Stoughton through false representations or material omissions about the hours Farwell worked in order to receive compensation for official time when he was, in fact, engaging in sexual intercourse with Birchmore, raping her. This is just the federal way of saying it, that when he was raping, he was on the clock while raping her. Okay, overview of the investigation. On February 1st, 2021, then Stoughton Police Detective Matthew Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore. Farwell committed this murder and at least in part to prevent Birchmore from disclosing to authorities information regarding his commission or possible commission of one or more crimes, including coercion and enticement, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2442b, deprivation of rights under color of law, and a then ongoing wire fraud scheme in violation of 18 U.S.C. Farwell's murder of Birchmore was the culmination of Farwell's years-long pattern of abuse targeting Birchmore. Grooming. So he is under fire right now for doing the things that he did since she was 15. For killing her and also getting paid while doing it. Like this is absolute nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Like he was getting paid to groom and rape a child. He was getting paid to continue grooming and raping a young adult. He was getting paid to do it because he was on the clock. So these are the things. Okay, so when she was a young girl, Sandra Birchmore was interested in pursuing a career in law enforcement, hence her being in the police program, the Police Explorer program since she was 12, and eventually joined the Stoughton Police Explorers Academy here and after Police Explorers to learn more about law enforcement careers. While Birchmore was in the program, Farwell was involved as both a volunteer and an instructor. Farwell used his authority to access to groom, sexually exploit, and ultimately sexually abuse then 15-year-old Birchmore. Farwell continued the sexual abuse after Birchmore became an adult, and he continued to engage in an extramarital sexual relationship with Birchmore until he killed her on February 1st, 2021. So there are signs that in late 2020 and early 2021, Farwell was losing control of Birchmore and the information she possessed about his past and then ongoing conduct. And around December 2020, Birchmore became pregnant. Soon thereafter, Birchmore told Farwell that he was the father of her child and she wanted him to be more involved in the planning for the impending birth. I don't think I mentioned, but there's a detail in here that is going to make you guys lose your brains if you don't know it already. And I didn't not mention it on purpose, but it's a detail about his wife. So we'll get there, and if it's not in here, which I'm pretty sure it will be. Okay, in January 2021, Birchmore's friend contacted Farwell's employer, the Stoughton Police Department, and during that call referenced Farwell and Birchmore's illicit sexual relationship. Shortly thereafter, a Stoughton Police Department employee told Farwell about the call. By the end of January 2021, Farwell faced the specter of additional disclosures to law enforcement regarding his prior sexual abuse of Birchmore and his then ongoing efforts to defraud the Stoughton Police Department and Town of Stoughton by meeting her for sex while he was supposed to be on duty as a police officer. On February 1st, 2021, Farwell went to Birchmore's apartment in Canton, Massachusetts, wearing a COVID-19 medical face mask. Why would you do that? I thought you were a COVID denier. You were I'm a big, strong man. I could never get COVID. This is not a terrible thing that's killing millions of people. What do you mean? I don't need a mask. I'm better than that. My breath could never carry germs. Once inside, he killed her and staged her body in an apartment to make it appear that Birchmore had died by suicide. On February 4th, 2021, 3 days after the murder, members of the Canton Police Department cough, cough, scoff, scoff, went to Birchmore's apartment to conduct a well-being check. When police officers entered Birchmore's apartment, they found her body. A paramedic determined that Birchmore was dead, and her body was transported to the office of the chief medical examiner, hereinafter the OCME, just to kind of shorten it a little bit. In early May 2021, an OCME pathologist ruled Birchmore's manner of death to be suicide. And everyone said, I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, come again? All right, next part. Next part. I don't even know. I don't want to number it. Part one. Part two? Because it's like it's part one, but it's part two. Anywho, evidence that Farwell committed federal offenses or possibly committed federal offenses by sexually abusing Birchmore when she was a minor. Okay, tough stuff ahead. Matthew Farwell started sexually exploiting Sandra Birchmore no later than 2013 when she was 15 years old. Asterisk number one, Farwell was born in 1985. So currently Farwell is 39 years old. At the time, Birchmore was enrolled in the Police Explorers. Farwell used his position of trust and authority as a sworn police officer and instructor in the Police Explorers to groom Birchmore. Period. Ultimately, Farwell sexually abused Birchmore, including by engaging in sexual intercourse with her. God, like they have to write it this way. But he raped her. A 25-year-old and a 15-year-old don't. This is not to say FBI. You need to say it the way this is. FBI can say it however they want to. This is rape. Okay, so like this is not. Oh, they had a sexual relationship with each other, and I know. I said earlier in the stream that I am not happy with some. I can understand it and I respect it, but I wish people would sort of let the energy of losing monetization or getting age gated on YouTube to the fact of the matter that this is rape and not a sexual relationship. Two adults do that. Two consenting adults have that, or 3 or 4 or 5. I'm not gonna limit what you do. As long as y'all consenting, I don't give a crap. If you can legally consent, do whatever you want to do. Like don't kill people and hurt people, but like live your life. Love is love. I literally have no cares whatsoever. Good for you, whatever you want to do. But when it comes to one of those people being 15, that's rape. Okay. So I just want to make everyone just kind of want to reiterate that because because okay, where were we? 11. The Explorer program is a vocational education program that enables youth to explore career paths such as careers in law enforcement. Police departments throughout the country partner with the Explorer program to create what are commonly known as local police explorers programs, a quasi paramilitary program designed to expose youth participants to various aspects of policing. Farwell became a sworn member of the Wellesley Police Department in 2008. On March 27th, 2012, he was hired by the Stoughton Police Department, where he worked until he resigned on April 1st, 2022. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. Prior to joining Stoughton Police Department in 2012, he was a Police Explorers volunteer. Oh my gosh. Wow. He had several roles as an instructor, including teaching firearms and explosive safety and conducting canine demonstrations. At the time, Farrell was already familiar with the Police Explorers because he had also been a participant as a teenager. In 2010, Sandra Birchmore applied to be a Police Explorers participant. Birchmore was 12. She began participating in the program in the spring of 2010. She remained in the program through 2016. She grew up in it. Farwell began to groom Birchmore when she was a child. All right. Asterisk number 2. Based on my training and experience, grooming is the process of a predator building a relationship with a child or vulnerable adult in order to gain their trust, enabling the groomer to ultimately exploit the child or otherwise vulnerable person. Exactly. Period. This grooming culminated in Farwell raping Birchmore in 2013. Thank you. Well done, FBI. When she was only 15 years old. Asterisk number 3. Or footnote. I just say asterisk sometimes. Under Massachusetts law, any intercourse with a person under the age of 16 is unlawful and constitutes sexual abuse, specifically statutory rape. Furthermore, any person who has sex with a child under the age of 16, being at least 10 years older than that child at the time of the intercourse, is guilty of aggravated statutory rape. Finally, any mandated reporter who has sex with a child under 16 years old is guilty of aggravated statutory rape. During the relevant time period as a Stoughton police officer, Farwell was a mandatory reporter under Massachusetts law. At the time of this assault, Farwell was 27 years old. Farwell continued to sexually abuse Birchmore prior to her 18th birthday. After Birchmore turned 18, Farwell continued cultivating a sexual relationship with her that lasted until her death in 2021. Electronic messages between Farwell and Birchmore. This is, I just want to kind of prepare people. We're going to see some text messages. There's going to be some text messages here. That it kind of changes how, at least for me, how I mentally and emotionally respond to things, because this is someone else's word. This affidavit is someone else's word. When it comes to text messages, it's Sandra herself. It's Matthew Farwell himself. So there will be text messages. Okay. After Birchmore's death, law enforcement agents obtained Birchmore's cell phones, both Apple iPhones and laptop, and reviewed the data on those devices. During that review, agents discovered messages between Farwell and Birchmore. The messages confirmed that Farwell frequently communicated with Birchmore for years. The messages also indicate that Farwell had sex with Birchmore when she was a minor, starting in or around April 2013, when Birchmore was 15 and Farwell was 27. When it comes to the data on these phones, I'm sure there's going to be questions like, what do you mean? So how was it ruled as suicide? We'll talk about it once we get sort of through it. Data from Birchmore's Facebook account reveals aspects of the beginning of Farwell and Birchmore's online communications. Specifically, Facebook data indicates that Farwell sent Birchmore a Facebook friend request October 28th, 2012. At that time, Birchmore was 15 years old and a participant in the Explorers program. Farwell was her 26-year-old instructor. Disgusting. On February 21st, 2019, Birchmore and Farwell had a text message conversation about Farwell taking Birchmore's virginity. Birchmore told Farwell that she was happy that he took it. Later in the same conversation, Farwell acknowledged that it was a big thing to get to be the first. In the same text conversation, Farwell also reminisced about the first time he digitally penetrated Birchmore's vagina. This is tough stuff. This is really tough stuff. Discussing the day that occurred, Farwell asked Birchmore what she would have done if Farwell, told her he wanted her that day. Birchmore responded that she would have told him that he could have sex with her after school, in quotes. She also recalled the specific class and seat that she was in when she realized that she was going to lose her virginity to Farwell. This right here is wild. She also recalled the specific class and seat that she was in when she realized that she was going to lose her virginity to Farwell. That's how much of her life was consumed by thought for him. She remembers everything because it was everything to her because he made it to be that way. Based on my investigation, I believe that this occurred during the 2012-2013 school year when Birchmore was 15. Additionally, on March 19th, 2019, Farwell asked Birchmore, "What would you have done if we never used a condom and I never pulled out?" Birchmore reassured Farwell, um, would have still finished school. Birchmore then told Farwell, "I loved prom night. It was worth not going to prom." This man took her prom away from her. Then and it sounds silly as an adult, to be like, it's just prom. But when you are a, when you're living it, it's prom. It's like, really, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. And it's important. It may not be the most important, but in that time, in that moment, it's important. And he took that away from her, including all the other things as well. Like, including all of the other things also. Like, he took that away from her. On February 11th, 2020, Birchmore and Farwell discussed the exact day that Farwell took the 15-year-old's virginity. So these are direct text messages. "I had butterflies so bad the day you took my virginity." He says, "Me too. It was such a big day." She says, "Still know the date to this day." He says, "Really?" She says, "Yes." Smiley face. She says, "That's not a date I'll ever forget. It was April 10th, 2013. He, smiley face. Birchmore says, "Best day of my life." He says, "Me too." This man has, this man is a monster. This man is a monster. This man is an absolute monster. On June 19th, 2020, Birchmore and Farwell had the following conversation in which Farwell reminisced about this past criminal sexual abuse of Birchmore. She said, "I'm glad you agreed to take my virginity, though." He says, "Me too." He says, "LOL, if I pushed, I absolutely could have fucked you without condoms from day one." What do you mean? Like, what? Other electronic messages confirm that Farwell sexually abused Birchmore when she was a child. So text messages between Birchmore and others confirm that Farwell sexually abused Birchmore as a child and continued a sexual relationship with her until her death. For example, on October 5th, 2020, Birchmore texted one of her friends, we'll refer to them as person one, that Farwell had been having sex with her for the last 10 years, and that Farwell had taken her virginity before she was 16. On May 20th, 2020, Birchmore told another friend that she had lost her virginity 5 days before the Boston Marathon bombing. I'm aware that this event took place in April 15th, 2013, is the Boston Marathon bombing. Also on October 5th, Birchmore prepared a draft text message to Farwell's wife. She was ready. She was ready to tell his wife what's going on and what has been going on forever. 10 years is so long. Birchmore sent this draft text message to person one. The text states in part, "I'm just messaging to inform you that your husband Matthew has been out cheating on you since before you guys were even married." That was a draft text message. Draft. She sent it to her friend before she was going to send it to his wife. "I'm aware that Farwell and his wife got married in May 2013, shortly before Birchmore turned 16 years old. There is no known record indicating the draft message was sent to Farwell's wife." Other text messages between Farwell and Birchmore demonstrate his sexual interest in minors. On June 15th, 2019, this is a tough one. Farwell and Birchmore exchanged text messages in which they discussed role-playing during their next encounter. Farwell asked Birchmore how old she was going to pretend to be during the encounter. When Birchmore responded 14, Farwell replied with a smiley face. In another conversation between Farwell and Birchmore on February 21st, 2020, Farwell describes pinning Birchmore down during sex and asks her, "Will you say, 'Matt, stop, I'm 13, I'm not ready for this OMFG, please stop.'" So this is just another nail in his pedo coffin. right? He regrets. This is a fetishized regret of not working fast enough on grooming Sandra Birchmore. I like it. Like, it makes me want to throw up. It's like, so. This is so. This is so. This is so awful. This is so utterly awful. And this man was walking around protecting his community, protecting and serving. Canton, Stoughton. It is absolutely mind-blowing just how, and I'm a cab. All cops are bad. Because until there's no bad cops, all cops are bad. In my opinion. And yeah, everyone can have a different opinion. I hate cops. I'm sorry. Right now, in my personal experience, I hate cops. Anyone who wants to be a cop is the last person who should be a cop, in my opinion. Right? The abuse of power, the corruption, the fraternity like structure, like it's all just bad vibes all around, right? And this is just such a this is so terrible. You cannot tell me for one moment, one little breath in your life, you cannot tell me that not a single other person, his friends, anyone else on the police department, didn't know about this, or they knew about this and then didn't do anything about it. Because I know there was other people involved. It's like his twin brother. I'm not going to get into all that today. There was other people involved. And no one did anything about it. No one did anything about it. No one did anything about it. And then when it comes to the point where, oh, she's no longer here on this earth. Her child will never be born. We have to make sure this gets covered up. Because we can't be the problem. Well, guess what? You are the problem. You're gross. You're disgusting. You suck. Like, you suck so hard. Like, you suck so hard. You're terrible. This is awful. This is the absolute worst. I'm so frustrated. It's so frustrating. And for years. And for years have gone by, hoping and praying that the FBI actually doesn't do any digging, hoping and praying that nothing else happens, and something else is happening right next door. John O'Keefe. Now people are digging into this Karen Reed case. Now people are learning things like Canton and Stoughton and Massachusetts State Police and Judge Bev and Lally and all these people, right? And oh God, what's his name? What's the Guarino? Everyone's learning all these names. Everyone's got a little extra time a day, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Everyone's kind of sharing their thoughts online. More and more eyeballs, more cameras, more this, more that. We have to become more defensive is what's happening in Canton and whatnot. These cops are like on the full-blown defense. And and like that's chill. That's cool. This is so wild. This is so wild. This is like an entire group force cover-up. Like, everyone involved from top to bottom is like holding a secret. Like, what do they have, like these what they have, like Mason meetings, like in the basement of a building somewhere, and they're all just like, ooh, we had this happen. How are we gonna cover it up? Everyone needs to be on board. Guarino, make sure you don't find a single text message out of the 33,000 of them. Oh my God. Okay, back to it. I have also reviewed several text messages from 2020 in which Farwell instructs Birchmore to act as if he were her older brother coming into her room at night. Yep. All right. Let's get down to the witnesses. Agents have interviewed one of Birchmore's friends, person number 2, regarding Birchmore's relationship with Farwell. Person 2 indicated that shortly before her death, Birchmore revealed to them that Farwell started having sex with Birchmore when she was 15 years old. Agents have also interviewed one of Birchmore's relatives who described being aware that Birchmore would meet with Farwell when Birchmore was a minor. Why is nobody stepping up? Why is nobody stepping up? I'm gonna need this like mass trust to like just be like, can we just be done with it? Like, oh, that's a man in uniform. Oh yeah, yeah, they're good. They're good. No, they're the worst. They have unnecessary power. They're okay. Sorry, I'm gonna continue. I'm continuing. I'm continuing. Okay. Okay, specifically, this family member indicated that around the time Birchmore was a freshman in high school, she would tell them that she was meeting with Farwell so he could help her with homework. Birchmore was a freshman in high school from September 2011 to June 2012. I've received a text message exchange between Farwell and Birchmore from June 17th, 2019, where the two discuss how Farwell had helped her test prep at the library. Farwell told Birchmore that she should have told him that she was interested in having sex with him that day. Birchmore told him that she was scared to speak up. Farwell then asked her, "Did you think I wouldn't want to F you?" Birchmore responded, "Yes, and like, of course, my age. I didn't want you to be like, no, what the fuck." Farwell then told her, "I understand that." In a conversation from April 5th, 2020, Farwell told Birchmore that he knew he wanted to take her virginity when he started helping her with schoolwork. Additionally, on February 21st, 2020, Birchmore and Farwell reminisced about when they first became sexually active. I'm just going to read like the first 2 or 4. Birchmore said, "I listened better back then, though." And he said, "I wish it had been a year sooner after helping you study at the library." I wish it was a year sooner. He's mad. He's he has regrets about not working faster to groom Sandra Birchmore. He has regrets. He wishes it was a year sooner, and he's role playing that she's younger. Agents have also interviewed one of Birchmore's childhood friends. Person 3 confirmed that Birchmore would meet Farwell to help her with her homework. Moreover, Person 3 indicated that Birchmore confided in them that she was meeting with Farwell in early high school to have sex with him in his police car or his truck. What did these persons do? What did these persons do? Right? So here's the struggle. Here's the struggle. Here's the what do you do? Right? Like I can be upset and like frustrated that these persons that have throughout the years, throughout the times, throughout the moments have learned about what has been going on. Well, what do you do? What do you do? You go to the police department, right? You go to the police and say this is happening or this happened. That's his brothers, that's his team members, that's his crew, that's his fraternity. And we saw it happen when someone called the Salem Police Department and said, "This is happening. This is not good. This is happening." They This person went up and told him, someone just called and said, you're having sex with Sarah Birchmore, and then got yelled at to not say anything and pressured. There's probably like a the what is it? What do they call it? Like the cop levels. Well, you're like a level of cop, and it's like this is a higher level of cop, and this is a high level. They're probably like a higher level up. They have more power. They have control. It's all a power play. It's what could have been done. What do you do? Like, what do? You go to the police department where this person's a police officer and say this is happening, and they don't do anything about it. They don't care. They don't listen. They're not saying. They're not gonna stop him. They're not gonna dig into it. They're probably gonna be like, "You better cut that shit out, and or don't get caught." Like, what are they gonna? They're not gonna do anything. They're gonna probably just in turn bother you for trying to do something right. Like, because that's what happened. That's what happened. We saw nothing be done. And there were no extra eyeballs on Matthew. There was no questioning. There was no movement. And he was free to go kill her. Okay. Farwell defrauded the Stoughton Police Department and town of Stoughton on multiple occasions. Farwell engaged in sex acts with Birchmore while on duty as a Stoughton police officer. To cover this up, Farwell falsely represented that he had worked certain hours when in truth and in fact he was not working. Rather, he was engaging in sex acts or spending time with Birchmore. Accordingly, Farwell's misconduct was also part of a scheme to obtain wages from the Stoughton Police Department, an agency of the town of Stoughton, through false statements or material omissions regarding the hours he was on duty and working as a police officer. Text messages between Farwell and Birchmore indicate that on multiple occasions, Farwell left work during his shifts to meet and at times engage in sexual activity with Birchmore. Various locations, Birchmore's house, apartment in Canton, Costco parking lot, Five Guys parking lot. Examples of dates and start times of these encounters. So this is just a table of the dates that they would meet while he was on duty, clocked in to be a police officer, but he's out there meeting up with Sandra. I reviewed messages that reveal that both Farwell and Birchmore knew that some of their encounters occurred while Farwell was on duty. Farwell said, "I'm going to sneak away from work quick." And Birchmore asked if Farwell would be on duty when they were scheduled to meet, and he said, "Yes, I will be on the clock." Period. Boom. Done. There. The text messages between Farwell and Birchmore, which precede several of the above listed encounters, contain statements indicating that the purpose for at least some of the encounters was to engage in sex. Farwell's scheme to defraud caused interstate wire communications. The town of Stoughton pays Stoughton police officers on a bi-weekly basis. In or around 2020 and January 2021, Farwell received his paychecks via direct deposit to his account at USAA Federal Savings Bank. The paycheck funds originated with Rockland Trust Bank and were deposited in Farwell's account via an automated clearinghouse transfer. Each ACH transfer originated outside of Massachusetts and or traveled through another state before terminating in Farwell's account. Accordingly, it appears that by engaging in sexual conduct when he should have been performing official duties as a police officer and obtaining pay for that time, Farwell may have committed wire fraud in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1343. Like, they're going to get you at all angles at this one. So Farwell killed Birchmore to prevent her from disclosing information about his commission of federal crimes and possible commission of federal crimes. As described in detail below, there is evidence that Farwell killed Birchmore in 2021 to prevent her from disclosing information about his possible commission of federal crimes listed above. All right. A. Birchmore's pregnancy. It's a big one. On October 5th, 2020, person one told Birchmore that Farwell's wife was pregnant with the couple's third child. Person one indicated that the baby was due in February 2021. Birchmore responded that she was going to tell Farwell's wife that he had been having sex with her for nearly 10 years. In summary, electronic messages between Farwell and Birchmore for the period beginning on or about October 5th, 2020 through January 2021 indicate that Birchmore presented Farwell with an ultimatum. There would Farwell would have to agree to engage in unprotected sex with Birchmore with the goal of conceiving a child, and in return, Birchmore would not disclose their relationship. Birchmore had already told others that Farwell had been having sex with her since before she was 16 years old, which she knew was a crime. And Birchmore knew that Farwell was leaving work to have sex with her while he was on duty as a Staunton police officer, which also is a crime. So she put her foot down. She said things are changing, you know. Things are changing. Her brain is maturing, you know, she's experiencing and feeling different things. And she was putting her foot down. She said, hold on. Let me make a couple of rules now. According to text messages between Farwell and Birchmore, Birchmore sent Farwell a photo of her ovulation schedule, and the two started discussing timing their sexual encounters around specific times in the cycle. Approximately 1 week after Farwell agreed to have unprotected sex in order to conceive a child, Farwell and Birchmore had a disagreement about the terms of their agreement. So this is the text messages about the agreement, the ultimatum that they both agreed upon. I said the agreement was once. That was our compromise, Farwell says. Birchmore responds, I asked if we could try this month. Didn't realize that meant you F me once, LOL. And then I asked if we could try through this year, and you said I'd think about it. October 13th, 2020, it continues. Our compromise was try once. Yeah, it was to try this month. So you're thinking about the second thing I said as far as the rest of the year. And Farwell says, you said try once this month. If it happens, it's meant to be. Those are the exact words. So he was not happy with continually trying to have a child. Birchmore then continued to discuss trying to get pregnant on October 3rd, 2020. She asked Farwell if they could try again that month or whether they would need to talk in person about that. Because Farwell kept saying, we'll talk in person, we'll talk in person, we'll talk in person, because I think he was sort of getting the hint that, yikes, there's a paper trail, well, an electronic trail of all of the things that I am saying and doing with you. A little late, though. A little late on that one, Farwell. Birchmore says, how would you feel about us having a baby, you being there and signing the birth certificate? There's never going to be a need for your information anyway, so you'll be safe there. And I won't talk shit about her or your kids. That way, we both get what we want. Birchmore said, you asked me the other day what I wanted, and I didn't want to give it to you in the form of an ultimatum, so I am trying to do it with you as a compromise type of thing. Can you tell me what you thought of? Birchmore says, I'm down for discussing it in person, but the more I thought about it, you signing it really isn't going to have an impact on you because of the way things are going to fall in the future. Farwell says, okay, that's an in-person conversation or discussion. In December 28, 2020, this is what Birchmore sent Farwell. A congrats. We are going to be parents, ! 2021. Farwell's response was, I literally have nothing to say right now. How could you express that in text when I don't appreciate it? When I said I don't appreciate it. Farwell says, how far are you? She says, regardless of how far, we're keeping it, but 3.5 weeks. So she says, we conceived this month. He says, okay, well, we need to talk then. She says, no shit, that's obvious. She's like, duh. You're a stupid person. Birchmore says, and the birth certificate is being signed, or hers isn't. Footnote number 6, at the time of these text messages, I know that Farwell's wife was 8 months pregnant with his third child. Based on the context of these texts and prior messages, I believe Birchmore was referring to the birth certificate of the child that Farwell's wife was then carrying. I believe so too, FBI agent who wrote this affidavit. I believe so too, because she said, and the birth certificate is being signed. Next message, or hers isn't. Period. Birchmore then says, no, I'm mad at you. There's some missing context there. No, I'm mad at your acting. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm mad no, I'm mad you're acting how you are over a choice we both made, in bold. Very interesting. I'm mad you act like you gave anyone a choice, says Farwell. She responds, LMAO, oh, so you didn't have a choice? Question mark. Farwell says, per usual, you make and do whatever you want. What's happening here? This is absolutely psychotic. Birchmore says, all I did was say, can I have it? You said, have what? And I said, you know what I'm asking for. And you stood up and said, yeah. Birchmore says, you've been doing that. You mad? She's due in February and I am in September, and you don't know how you're going to be there for both of us. Birchmore says, and you need to be there during labor for me too. Period. She's putting her foot down. And he does not like it, because your kid should matter. Late August, early September, she says. Farwell says, you are truly the worst person on the face of the earth. That is crazy. That's absolutely rancid that he would say that to her. You are truly the worst person on the face of the earth, coming from a pedophile, groomer, murderer. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Oh, I know. After foregoing conversation, Birchmore again threatened to expose the truth about Farwell's prior sexual abuse and their ongoing relationship. Farwell responded by indicating that Birchmore had threatened him, causing him to agree to impregnate her. Well, this is a long one. Farwell says, for the past week and a half, the doctor wasn't right, but now she was, and you just throw it at me because now you've got me. You honestly have absolutely no idea how to treat people. I have fucking bent over backwards for you. Now you want to act like this was some free will decision. You have threatened me from the word go. If I didn't do and give you what you wanted, you would ruin me. I made a deal with you and you changed the terms at every turn. We will deal with this tomorrow. He doesn't know how to treat people. Exactly. Yeah, he's a murderous pedophile. Like what do you want? What do you want? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's because it's not working anymore. Because she's little by little, in a very quick fashion, it wasn't working anymore for him. His power has subsided. He was losing control. And he does not like it when he does not have control. And it was new for him, probably. To be honest, not having control over Sandra Birchmore hasn't happened for a decade. This has never happened before. He doesn't know what to do if he loses all power, all control over. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what could happen. Everything could come crumbling down if he loses power and control. So he's going through all of the things. And one tactic that works is tearing that person back down. But Sandra Birchmore was pregnant now. And I've never been pregnant, but I am a woman. If anyone was confused about it. I don't know why you would be, but whatever. I am a woman and I have a lot of friends who have become pregnant in their lives. And even if you don't know you're pregnant yet, there's something that immediately switches in your body and you can become a completely different person because the science that's happening inside of your skin knows that there's something that there's a baby in you, that something's happening, things are changing. And there's hormones and there's this and everything's changing and everything looks different and smells different and feels different. And you're going through all of the things to be pregnant. And your brain changes, the way you think changes, the way you feel changes. So I can see how Sandra growing up, aging up, seeing more of the world around her as she's now in her own apartment. She has a job. She's talking to people. She's trying to make friends and expand her world. And she's still dealing with this 10-year-old thing that's been hovering over her, and she's been told to love him and believe him and trust him and care for him and treat him well, and he's going to treat you well, and it's, it's on, the timing is because he has a wife and a kid, but he loves you, and if you just stay available for him, all these things. And she's now paying her own rent and paying for groceries and paying these bills and going to work and doing this and buying kids clothes and a stroller and getting all this situated and talking to friends and having more of her day available. She's like, the world is around her, and so yeah, she's losing control. He's losing control of her. She's slowly like taking like a little knife to this rope that he had around her, and he can feel it slipping through his hands. And so he's going to try and bully her and belittle her and break her back down to just the bits and pieces so he can rebuild her again back into the thing that he wants. That's what he's trying to do, but it's not going to work because she's different now. She's growing a child, and your entire being has shifted. And at this point she may not even like understand why she's like standing up for herself a little more and speaking a little louder, and saying things a little stronger. She may not even understand at this point, like why this is happening, but it's like she's growing up, she's maturing, she's evolving as a singular adult, and she is now pregnant, and she wants these things. She wants these things, period. And she's not gonna give way on them. So, and to tell her that she's a terrible person is absolutely mind blowing. Okay, Farwell's escalating physical violence. Yep, makes sense. You know what's gonna escalate when you're losing control and you don't actually have any like mental ability, like mental maturity to um have a conversation, to gracefully lose control and like try to save your face, save your own face. um Not saying this from like a pedo groomer's aspect. um Communicating is really key. Having a conversation is really important. uh Not freaking the fuck out is like super awesome to do when you're trying to talk to somebody. um Nobody's perfect, but like just talking's good. uh but this person, Matthew Farwell, he's not a person. He doesn't have like the arsenal of knowledge of how to de-escalate, how to sort of put out the little fires to get to the big one. um he says, well, there's some embers, it all can burn down. It's like all or nothing. It's all or nothing. And for him, I don't care about what happened. Like, I like all the things could happen to him. No, I don't care. um they need to happen because of what he did to Sandra. Like, oh, poor thing, you lost your job. Oh my God. I don't care. Nobody cares. Oh, your wife found out you were cheating on. I don't care. I don't care. You murdered Sandra Birchmore. Feds. FBI is here now. Like, that's what I care about. So yeah, very interesting. Very interesting display of like very stereotypical grooming, um, sexual situations, where things sort of you age out essentially of being like what the groomer wants. You age out of being groomable. Those situations. This is a prime example of how just terrible it can go. Okay. December 29th, 2020, Birchmore said, "It made me really uncomfortable and stressed out and scared when you were next to me because I thought you were going to hit me after you said what you said. Um, you said, and took things out of my hand. That's why I was crying. I know you wouldn't, but it still scared me." She's still convinced. She's not completely free from him and his manipulations. Um, I know you wouldn't, but it scared me. Like it felt like you almost could. Um, just sort of brings her closer to realizing that he can and he just might. But his hold on her was stronger than um than anyone really, and like you couldn't really see, like there was still, she was making moves, but he still had a really good grasp on her. At least three witnesses have disclosed that in the weeks before her death, Birchmore told them that Farwell was physically violent when Birchmore and Farwell discussed the pregnancy. According to death records, Birchmore was 4 feet 10 inches tall. Military records indicate that Farwell is 6 feet 4 inches tall. 4'10" versus 6'4". That's massive. Person 2 reported that in the weeks prior to Birchmore's death, she was over the moon about her pregnancy. According to Person 2, Birchmore had decreased her coffee consumption, discussed winter clothes for her future baby, and engaged in FaceTime calls with Person 2 while selecting baby clothes. Person 2 indicated that Birchmore was nervous about telling Farwell about the pregnancy, but that she eventually did. In January 2021, Birchmore called Person 2 and stated that after telling Farwell about the baby, Farwell told her that he wished she would just die and he wants nothing to do with the baby. Imagine telling the man that you're having a child with that you're having a child, and then they say, die. I wish you would die. That's awful. That's not good. That's really, really terrible. But just a little insight into just the type of person that he is. According to the information Birchmore shared with Person 2, Farwell put Birchmore in a headlock and grabbed her cell phone from her hand. Person 2 told Birchmore to distance herself from Farwell, given that he was dangerous, a police officer, and obviously did not care about the law. However, Person 2 was also aware that Birchmore appeared to be attached to Farwell because he had taken her virginity when she was 15 years old. Don't think that's why she was attached to Farwell. It's not because all he did was rape her when she was 15. Always a lot more. Person 3 also indicated that in the days before her death, Birchmore disclosed that Farwell had been violent. Approximately 10 days before Birchmore's death, Birchmore and Person 3 went to Walmart to buy a baby stroller for Birchmore's future child. Birchmore was excited about the baby and asked Person 3 to be the child's godmother. Birchmore told Person 3 that the day prior, Farwell had gotten angry with her for showing him a fetal sonogram. Fatal. Jesus Christ. According to Birchmore, Farwell told her, "That's not my child. I don't want anything really to do with you." And then Farwell pushed her to the ground. Person 3 told Birchmore to end the relationship with Farwell. Person 3 indicated that Birchmore seemed scared but not ready to leave Farwell because Farwell had been such a big part of Birchmore's life for several years because he was grooming the ever-living crap out of her. Additionally, Person 7, Birchmore's longtime therapist, reported that in the weeks before Birchmore's death, Birchmore reported to her that Farwell got upset about the impending pregnancy and shoved her. In addition to these descriptions of Farwell's violence targeting Birchmore from Person 2, 3, and Person 7, Birchmore's text messages to Person 1 further confirm Farwell's escalating violence. On January 10th, 2021, Birchmore sent Person 1 a text message indicating that she had recently argued with Farwell. Birchmore told Person 1 that during the argument, Farwell took her cell phone out of her hand 3 times and refused to give it back. Birchmore also indicated that Farwell took her computer out of her hand and used his body to shove her. Increasing pressure on Farwell increased as a result of Birchmore's pregnancy. Birchmore tried to communicate with Farwell regarding her due date, ultrasounds, genetic testing, etc., etc. In his text responses, Farwell was unresponsive to or dismissive of those topics. On January 4th, Birchmore told Farwell that she was going to the doctor the next day and asked if he wanted to know how the appointment went. Farwell did not directly respond to that question. January 5th, 2021, Birchmore asked Farwell to come over so they could discuss her estimated due date the week of her first ultrasound, her conversation with her doctor, first appointment. Farwell did not respond directly to the request. So he was leaving her on red. January 3rd, 2021, Birchmore asked if the child could have his last name. However, he told her he would not discuss this issue via text message. Footnote 7, Farwell's reluctance to discuss the pregnancy via text message is significant because it is inconsistent with Farwell and Birchmore's long history of text message discussions. Farwell and Birchmore regarding seemingly private topics. For example, thousands of messages between them in which Farwell discusses details regarding his work as a police officer, sexual fantasies, predominantly violent ones, references to choking and rape, graphic details about their previous sexual encounters. So he's starting to see that there is a trail happening. There's a trail. And he's trying to cut down and limit as much of it existing and cellular data. Like, oh my God. So I have a compromise for you. You don't need to sign the birth certificate if the baby can have your last name. He says, not discussing in text. We can talk in person. She says, one, you don't have to sign the birth certificate if I'm allowed to at least list you and they can have your name and I won't move to Stoughton or the town where Farwell's family resides. 2, I won't bitch about holidays, but I would like you to come a few days before Christmas and Easter so you can see what they got from me, and I don't want you to leave them out. And 3, if you want to try to support them, we can talk about that, but I do want you to see them. Birchmore says, I feel like I'm trying to be as fair as I can, and I want you there for labor. That I'm standing my ground on. Last name, asterisk, asterisk. He says, okay, we can discuss this more in person. She says, I figured. Does it kind of sound okay to you? He says, it's a lot to think about. It's so much more than you have ever asked for. I'm not used to you asking for things from me. I tell you what to do when you comply, period. I'm not used to this. It's been a decade of it being one way and now you're asking things? Weird. I don't like it. So I don't know anything about it. Right? Like that's what's happening in his brain right now. Why are you at you don't ask me things. That's not what I've molded out of my human clay, which is you. Like that's not what I created. So he's losing his mind. January 20th, 2021, person 2 called the Stoughton Police Department, and in that call referenced the sexual relationship between Birchmore and Farwell. After learning about this call, the fact of which suggested at least some aspects of Farwell's illicit conduct may have been exposed to the Stoughton Police Department. Farwell sent Birchmore text messages revealing his extreme anger. What you doing over there? You didn't see me. He sent her a series of text messages with expletives telling Birchmore that he thought no one knew about their relationship, that she had no clue how bad this was, and indicating that he does not know if he needs to worry about other disclosures. This is a very interesting text conversation. I am going to read this. God, it's 45 pages long. We're on page 22. We might take a little break in here. Farwell says, dude, your effing friend called my job, Sandra. WTF? She's like, question mark. He goes, your friend so-and-so just called my effing work to complain about me. What the fuck? And she's like, I don't know. Which is iconic, Sandra. This right here, Sandra, if there's a moment in your hopefully resting in peace now, and you could hear me say this right here, iconic. Like this is like This right here is telling me that you are ready to like live your life and take a step away from him, and like you're having this baby, you're going to be a mother, his name is going to be in some way part of this child's life, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Like this right here is giving me like, I'd love to see you try type of energy, and I will fight. Like she's like, I don't know, like she's got other things, and I'm here for that. I'm so sorry that Sandra was not able to have her child. That is absolutely heartbreaking. What do you mean you don't know? I literally just woke up. Did you steal from her? Nope. What is going on? You also told me that no one knew about us yet. She claimed we are effing. She said it's literally nothing. This really makes me sad. Like it's really like this gets to my heart. This whole thing, my heart is utterly aching. It's not nothing. She called my job. That's insane. Why would she call and drop my effing name, Sandra? Like, what do I have to do with you not giving her something? I guess she's, saying, well, she didn't give me this, so I'm saying all this. I don't know. Anyhow, moving on. During this investigation, I've interviewed person 5, an employee of the Stout Police Department who received the call from person 2. Footnote 8, person 5 did not have an independent memory. This is very Canton of you. Person 5 did not have an independent memory of the date of the call, but I have confirmed such date through business records. This is very much, I work for people who will ruin my life if I don't continue this lie. So it's easier to say I don't remember. I don't remember. Like this is giving me like you're lying. You don't remember. You don't remember the date that Matthew Farwell blew up on you. Like even like a roundabout date, like I know it was like the first week of this month or something. Like I know it was like the last week of this month, or like it was right after New Year. Like you don't even know like a roundabout date. That's the best you got. I don't remember. I don't remember. The corruption is palpable. Like it's palpable. Palpable. Person 5 indicated that he or she, they took down person 2's name and information and gave it to Farwell. Person 5 indicated that Farwell immediately got angry and pissed off and ordered person 5 not to speak about this to anyone and to never talk about it again. If you know that there's a bad illegal thing happening and the person who's doing that bad illegal thing says, shush, keep your mouth shut up about it, don't say anything to anyone, you are now part of that bad illegal thing. Like you now have blood on your hands because you knew about this bad illegal thing, or you knew an allegation of this bad illegal thing, and the person who is doing this bad illegal thing, and you went to them and they gave you the vibes of, I'm super guilty and I'm super defensive, shut up, don't tell anybody that this is happening, and you don't do anything about that bad illegal thing or that person who's doing that bad illegal thing, you're not part of it. There's blood on your hands. You're part of it. Are you not? Like, are you what? Like, you're part of it. Just to be like, okay, cool, I won't say anything. Where's your spine, bro? Person 5 described Farwell's reaction as atypical and not consistent with his normal behavior. No crap, because he just got called out for being a pedo groomer at his workplace, and you were like, all right, Nick, I'm gonna go take my 15. No one did anything. No one did anything. Birchmore's final days. On January 24th, 2021, approximately 1 week prior to Birchmore's death, she communicated with person 8 about Farwell. So the father came by last night and it was like a complete 360 change. And they go, 180? She's like, yeah, lol. Like it was like a complete 360. Just kidding, 180. That's so cute. They're like, okay, well, good or bad, like fill me in, She says good, but unexpected. So it kind of threw me off and made me a little uncomfortable, but that's because of how things were going. He asked me if I'd give him a key and said that if I kept it a secret, he'll be around and see them all the time. So it's somewhere. Then he looked in my closet and then the bathroom, but I don't know why I haven't figured that out. She says we started to heart, then work called him, so he had to leave. Oh, and he brought me a ginger ale because I ran out. Person A says, what about the birth certificate? I think he's signing it, not sure. He's coming back again this week, but it was like a complete 180 from where we were at. Because it was tough. They were fighting, they were arguing, that things were feisty, ultimatums. If we don't do this, I'm going to tell your wife. You know, the energy, like, I want you to sign the birth certificate. I want you to be here. There was so much like tension building up because he didn't know what to do, and she was standing her ground. She was standing on her own business, and he was trying to figure out what was going on. He was trying to figure out his next steps. He was coming up with a plan. Based on my training and experience, I believe that Farwell's shift in demeanor on or about this date was his attempt to appease Birchmore until he could kill her. Additionally, the foregoing text messages, considered in light of other evidence, suggest that Farwell was making a plan to kill Birchmore. Part of that plan included asking Birchmore to give him a key and keep it secret. Another part of that plan was inspecting various rooms of Birchmore's apartment, including the closet, to determine whether they contained items or presented options for how and when to kill Birchmore. Footnote 9, on February 4th, 2021, Canton police found Birchmore's body next to the closet door with a duffel bag strap around her neck. The strap was wrapped around the closet door handle. Farwell's request for a key for Birchmore's apartment in the week leading up to her death is corroborated by other evidence. I've reviewed text messages between Farwell and Birchmore from January 24th, 2021, in which Birchmore gave Farwell the passcode to her building's front door and told him, I have your key too when you want it. Additionally, I've reviewed records from Walmart that suggest that Birchmore did, in fact, pay approximately $2 to have a key copied at approximately 11:10 a.m. on January 24th, 2021. According to text messages Birchmore and Farwell exchanged on January 29th, Birchmore again gave Farwell the passcode to her building's front door, and Farwell verified the code was the general one and not the one, like the general one for the building, not just the one assigned to her. Because if there's some sort of log of who's putting their code in to come into the building, he wants the general one. He doesn't want it to be, this has all been planned. Like, this is all a plan in the making. He wants the general code. He doesn't want the one that's going to be associated directly with Sandra. Farwell requesting or accepting a key to Birchmore's apartment was sudden change from recent conversations. Farwell told her that he did not think it was a good idea for him to keep a key. In a conversation with her friend Person 9 on January 24th, Birchmore indicated that she was surprised that Farwell was now requesting a key to her apartment. According to text messages between Farwell and Birchmore, 2 days before Birchmore's death, she continued to engage Farwell about planning for the birth of their child. Birchmore asked Farwell if she could tell him the baby names she was considering. She was considering, yep. And Farwell told her he would rather discuss that topic in person. He's done leaving an electronic trail of all of the conversations that he's having. Leading up to February 1st, would care for her cats when she went into labor. Who's going to care for the cats? The planning is of note because it indicates that shortly before her death, Birchmore was doing things that indicated her plans for the future. Not someone who wanted to take their own life. She ordered baby items, conducted Google searches related to her pregnancy. She made plans for her more immediate future, scheduling an OBGYN appointment on February 10th, asking Farwell if he could shovel because there's a snowstorm coming. Sound familiar? The day Birchmore died. I am going to, what is it, 2:30? We've been at it for like 2 hours. I'm going to take a little break. We're going to hop back into this and then we'll continue. So I'd say maybe like 20 minutes to 50. I'll put it in the thing, in the chat. All right, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back at 2:50 and we'll continue this affidavit. I think 2 hours. 2 hours is good to take a little break. All right. BRB. See you in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I don't think this was the setup. Okay. All right. I am back. We took a little break. We took a little breather. This is a lot. This is a lot. So let's continue on. The day Birchmore died on February 1st, 2021. Hopefully you can hear me right. Okay, my mic's on. On February 1st, 2021, Birchmore sent Farwell text messages indicating that she was going to be released early at 12:35 from her job at the Sharon Public Schools. Farwell told her that he would not be in the area that day. Later in the afternoon, Birchmore told him that she had received an early gift in the mail and that she was not planning to have a baby shower until late March because of the then ongoing COVID-19 panorama. She told Farwell that once she learned whether they were having a boy or girl, she wanted him to purchase clothes for the child to wear when he or she came home from the hospital. Investigators have reviewed surveillance videos of Birchmore's Canton apartment building. February 1st, she is seen in the video approximately 5:01 accepting a DoorDash order and then again going outside briefly and returning with a snow brush at 5:31. 5:33, respectively. The last time Birchmore is seen alive on the video is on February 1st at 5:33 p.m., heading back into her apartment. Later that evening, approximately 9:08 p.m., Farwell sent Birchmore a text message asking whether he could come by for a second. Approximately 9:10 p.m., Birchmore sent Farwell a text message indicating that when he arrived at her apartment, the door would be open for him. This is the last known outgoing message sent from Birchmore's cell phone. Surveillance video shows Farwell entering Birchmore's Canton apartment building at 9:14 p.m. In the surveillance video, Farwell is wearing street clothes, a hoodie with the hood up, and a face mask that is similar to the medical masks people wore during COVID. I've interviewed multiple witnesses who have each indicated that Farwell resisted wearing a mask during the pandemic. He wasn't about it. He didn't want to. Remember those jerks? One of those witnesses stated that Farwell would only wear a mask when on duty and required by department policy to do so. Video surveillance recording shows that Farwell left Birchmore's apartment at 9:43 p.m. So let's go back over that just super fast. So, footnote 13 reviewed Massachusetts State Police investigative reports, which tentatively identify Farwell as the person on surveillance surveillance footage entering Birchmore's apartment on that date. Let's see. Okay. The colder weather made wearing a mask great because your face didn't freeze. Yeah, a face mask, like if I was like riding public transportation during the winter, I'd always like wrap a scarf around my neck, like waiting for the bus for like, even if it was like 2 minutes and it's cold, like you wrap your face. I don't want to get into the whole like not wearing a mask during the pandemic garbage, but Canton police officers found Birchmore's body on February 4th. So 3 days later. Canton police officers conducted a well-being check at Birchmore's apartment. We sort of went over this when officers arrived. They found Birchmore's body seated on the floor in a reclined position with a duffel bag strap tied around her neck. That strap was connected to her closet doorknob, the closet that Farwell had inspected approximately 1 week earlier. At least one first responder quickly concluded that Birchmore had been deceased for days. It's so sad. I've reviewed crime scene photographs that depict Birchmore wearing the same clothes that she was wearing when she is seen on video entering her apartment on the 1st. This is consistent with Birchmore having died later that same evening. According to police reports, when Birchmore's body was found, her cell phone was on the floor, located approximately 12 inches from her right hand and 6 inches from her bent right knee. I've reviewed the data on Birchmore's phone. A long report indicates that the phone was locked from 9:13 p.m. on February 1st until the device powered off because of battery loss on February 3rd. While still locked, Birchmore's phone recorded a screenshot of a black screen at 9:18. Okay, so things already immediately with the cell phone are not making sense. In other words, after sending a final text message to Farwell to tell him the door was unlocked, Birchmore's phone locked and was not unlocked until after the device was recovered by police. Maybe. Maybe. Health data on Birchmore's phone indicates that the last movement recorded by the phone on February 1st at 9:40 p.m. That was 3 minutes before Farwell was captured on surveillance video leaving Birchmore's apartment. Specifically, this data indicates that the mechanism that Apple uses to record movement registered 8 steps at approximately 9:40 p.m. These recorded steps occurred while Farwell was still in Birchmore's apartment. The phone recorded no additional steps between 9:40 and the time it was recovered by first responders. So it didn't move, it didn't slide, it wasn't walking around anywhere in someone's pocket. It was there. Sorry, I had to crack my neck. These recorded, as noted above, first responders ultimately found the phone next to Birchmore's body. Based on my review of the frequency of Birchmore's phone use over weeks, months, and years leading up to her death, her failure to access her phone is inconsistent with her usual habits when alive and awake. 15. I have also interviewed multiple witnesses who have reported on Birchmore's frequent, almost incessant phone use. In fact, one witness referred to Birchmore's phone as her third hand. Same. Like, I'm always on my phone. Same. I reviewed Birchmore's phone use from the hours leading up to her death on February 1st. The following are some of the items in Birchmore's phone data from the hours before her death. This is evidence that appears to be inconsistent with Birchmore, a pregnant woman choosing to die by suicide that day. So 125 to 131, Birchmore communicated with a photographer regarding the timeline for booking a newborn photography shoot. 7:57 p.m., Birchmore texted a friend to obtain baby clothes from her. 8:25 p.m., Birchmore performed a Google search for Cubby Kids furniture. She was literally actively prepping for giving birth to a child the day, hours, minutes leading up to her death. I've interviewed family members who have helped clean Birchmore's apartment in the days following her death. Some of the things they observed were also inconsistent with Birchmore deciding to die by suicide. For example, during their first visit, they noted that Birchmore had been in the middle of doing laundry when she died. A load of wet clothes in the washing machine and another load dry in the dryer. Additionally, they observed a homemade sign saying, "Congratulations, you're going to be a father." That sign had an ultrasound photo on it and was sprinkled with glitter. In Birchmore's apartment, family members observed a new baby stroller that was still in its package. They also observed homemade and store-bought onesies for a baby. One onesie read, "We're going to be parents," with a set of footprints underneath. Birchmore had packages that had been delivered recently, including clothing and other supplies for her baby. Birchmore ordered items shortly before her death, and packages continued to arrive in the days following her death. Finally, family members found a necklace that belonged to Birchmore lying on the floor of her bedroom. The necklace consisted of a thin gold chain with a pink flamingo charm. In my review of Birchmore's phone data, I noticed several photos of Birchmore in which she was wearing this necklace. So it was like a daily wear piece of jewelry. The family members observed that the necklace's chain was broken, but not at the clasp. There was also a large clump of hair on the chain, signs of a struggle. For my review of the crime scene photos, I observed that while the strap was still around Birchmore's neck, the necklace was broken and hanging from the left side of her neck. The necklace's charm was on the right side of her abdomen. An OCME pathologist, medical examiner, performed an autopsy on Birchmore's body. The medical examiner determined that Birchmore's cause of death, was asphyxia by hanging. The medical examiner ruled Birchmore's manner of death a suicide. The medical examiner's written autopsy report noted that Birchmore's hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone at the front of the neck, was fractured on the right side, and that she suffered from petechial hemorrhages of the bulbar and palpebral conjunctiva. I don't know these words. I'm not a scientist, but you get the gist. Additionally, the medical examiner concluded that Birchmore had a hemorrhoid. No, incorrect. Those are incorrect words that my mouth is saying. Let's give it one more go. Additionally, the medical examiner concluded that Birchmore had a hemorrhage of her left sternothyroid muscle. There we go. We got it. Medical stuff is like the worst for my mouth. I can't do it. The medical examiner's autopsy report further confirmed that Birchmore was approximately 8 to 10 weeks pregnant at the time of her death. Right. The charges, the federal charges, don't have anything included. You're killing me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying so hard. Sometimes it just does not work. The federal charges, as we've been going through them, there's nothing that is involving the death of a pregnant woman or involving like the death of an unborn child or anything like that. So could it be added? Maybe. It most likely will not. When it comes to the federal charges, there could be state charges for this. I'd have to do a little bit more research on where it could fall. But the state never pressed any charges initially. That's why the feds are here. So the feds have the 3 charges. This is where we're at. So as of right now, there isn't direct justice for the unborn child situation. But I think what is being put on the table is going to be able to hopefully cover just a sliver more of justice than what was expected when it comes to putting Matthew Farwell away, that hopefully her family and friends and everyone else is able to keep that kind of bundled up as they two were one situations. It's tough for sure, because we want justice for both of these individuals. Her unborn child that she was very much expecting and wanting to give birth to, with no plans whatsoever to do any sort of abortion situation. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. Just, the autopsy included toxicology testing. The results were negative for all substances except for sertraline, which is likely explained by the antidepressants. Okay. As part of this I wonder why she was on antidepressants. I wonder why she was prescribed antidepressants from a psychologist. Matthew. I wonder why. Matthew. As part of this investigation, the government retained Dr. William Smock as an expert to independently review the crime scene photos, autopsy photos, and the medical examiner's autopsy report. Dr. Smock is an emergency medicine residency and forensic fellowship trained physician with more than 40 years of experience in the forensic evaluation of injuries, crime scenes, the forensic evaluation and reconstruction of wounds, including asphyxia-related deaths. His training, experience, and position as a police surgeon, instructor at the Louisville Metro Police Academy, instructor for the U.S. Department of Justice, a professor of emergency medicine, medical director of an EMS service, physician and medical advisor to the FBI and U.S. Marshal Service, and an assistant medical examiner with the Kentucky Medical Examiners, includes the emergency treatment, investigation, and reconstruction of asphyxia-related deaths, and the analysis of crime scene for evidence of alteration. I'm sorry, I don't really need any more. Like that's enough for me. I don't know. That should be enough for anybody to say, I believe you, right? He has treated and evaluated thousands of patients, both fatally and non-fatally injured, who have experienced the physiological consequences of asphyxia, including strangulation. Dr. Smock has written, lectured extensively, and trained thousands of law enforcement officers, physicians, nurses, judges, and attorneys on evidence collection, crime scene investigation, the analysis and reconstruction of wounds, injury mechanisms, and the medical risks and consequences of asphyxia. Based on his review of the evidence, Dr. Smock has made several observations and conclusions that call into question the prior finding that Birchmore's cause of death was suicide, and instead further confirmed that Birchmore's cause of death was homicide. So they called in this expert and said, you sure? Can you double check? And he's like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, bet. Like, I got you. They're wrong and they're lying. And do you want to know how I know that they're wrong and how I know that they're lying? Because of my entire life. Everything that I have worked for up until this very point is about this very thing. Now, the question is, why would the medical examiner originally, the first gone to autopsy medical examiner, say that it was a suicide? Why? That's the question. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? First, Dr. Smock concluded that the fracture of the right superior horn of Birchmore's hyoid bone is not consistent with the position in which first responders found her, sitting. A sitting hanging is called an incomplete hanging, meaning only partial body weight is applied to the neck ligature. Dr. Smock's review of hundreds of cases of hangings in the forensic medical literature found no reported cases of hyoid bone fractures in seated women. None. 0.0. Fractures of the hyoid bone are more commonly seen in strangulation assaults and in hangings with full body weight applied to the ligature, not seated hangings. 0. It's for that, not this. Like, it's for A, not B, and we are in B. Wild. Second, Dr. Smock noted that during the autopsy, a pattern imprint was documented on Birchmore's right upper chest. The pattern imprint was the consequence of a buckle or buckles from the ligature strap being forced downward into Mrs. Birchmore's chest. The presence of this pattern imprint is not consistent with the ligature hanging. Rather, the presence of the pattern is consistent with blunt force trauma from an assault. When first responders found Birchmore's body, the buckle responsible for this imprint was observed just below her right ear. However, the location of the imprint on her chest is not consistent with an incomplete ligature hanging. He's like, guys, it's literally right here. We're both looking at the same evidence. How are you not getting it? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Clearly, you're so wrong. You are so wrong. Third, Dr. Smock reviewed. That's so funny that his name is Smock, and like they wear smocks probably. Like he probably wears a smock. Does he have like smock like printed? Like that'd be cute. Excuse me. Third, Dr. Smock reviewed the autopsy photos that depict Birchmore with areas of skin missing from the inferior and lateral aspects of her nose consistent with abrasions. These types of injuries are commonly seen in cases of suffocation when the victim moves their nose back and forth in an effort to breathe. Fourth, we're not done. Dr. Smock noted that Birchmore was in the habit of always wearing a chain necklace with a flamingo pendant. The chain was found broken around Birchmore's neck. The breaking of Birchmore's chain necklace is consistent with a struggle. Dr. Smock, based on his education, experience, training, and his review of the materials in this case, opined with a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty that the cause of Miss Birchmore's death is asphyxia and that the manner of her death is homicide. Period. Massachusetts State Police interview of Matthew Farwell. This is going to get interesting, folks. On February 6, 2021, 2 days after police found Birchmore's body in her apartment, Massachusetts State Police detectives interviewed Farwell because they know that he went in and left. Because you can't tell me that you wouldn't look at the security footage. Y'all know damn well who that person is. All right. The interview, saying these words makes me so, just saying this makes me so pissed. Like, I'm pissed. The interview occurred in the parking lot of a Stoughton elementary school. During this interview, Farwell made several false statements about his relationship with Birchmore. Farwell told officers that he was involved in a sexual relationship with Birchmore, but he claimed the relationship only began in 2020. Lying sack of shit. Based on this investigation, Farwell's statement to detectives was false. Yeah, as false as it could be. As described above, Farwell began having sex with Birchmore in 2013. He wasn't having sex with her, he was raping her, and continued to have sex with her until near her death. He told detectives that he had only had sex with Birchmore 2 or 3 times in the previous year. This statement was also false. Based on text messages between Farwell and Birchmore, Farwell had sexual intercourse with Birchmore on at least 10 occasions between January 1st and February 1st. He also told detectives that he could not have been the father of Birchmore's unborn child because the last time he had intercourse with her was October 2020. This statement was also false. Set forth below is a text message conversation between Farwell and Birchmore on November 18th, 2020, in which they discussed an upcoming sexual encounter. I don't need to read it. I don't even need to read the text. Because we get it. We've been there. We're not reading the text. Approximately 21 minutes after the foregoing text messages, Farwell told Birchmore that he was at her apartment, and subsequent text messages indicate that she let him in. 25 minutes later, Birchmore asked Farwell via text message whether he enjoyed having, and he responded yes. Yeah. Oh, scum of the earth. During February 6, 2021 interview, Farwell told detectives that he had been at Birchmore's apartment on the night of February 1st. However, he denied having anything to do with her death. He told detectives that he had arrived around 9:10 and left around 9:30. I am aware from my review of surveillance footage from Birchmore's apartment building that Farwell actually left at 9:43. That was after Birchmore's phone stopped sending messages or recording movement. Within approximately 13 hours, here we go. Remember earlier when I said there's a thing about his wife? Approximately 13 hours later of Farwell's visit to Birchmore's apartment on February 1st, 2021, his wife gave birth to their third child at Newton Wellesley Hospital, adding to the intensifying pressure to ensure that Birchmore would not disclose information regarding Farwell's conduct. He killed her, and less than 13 hours later, his wife gave birth. What more do we need? One more? What more is necessary? You know? Farwell told detectives that Birchmore had been sectioned many times. Based on my training and experience, sectioned is a term that Massachusetts law enforcement officers often use to refer to the practice of involuntarily hospitalizing on a temporary basis persons with severe mental health issues. However, the Stoughton Police Department, law enforcement agency in town where Birchmore lived her whole life before moving to Canton on or about December 1st, 2020, has a record of Birchmore being subject to this temporary mental health hospitalization only one time in May of 2020. According to police records and information disclosed by Person 7, on that day, Birchmore had gotten into a fight with a family member who called the police and reported Birchmore was going to harm herself. The police took Birchmore to the hospital, where she was evaluated and deemed not at risk of self-harm. She was released a few hours later. According to Person 7, Birchmore stated that she was not suicidal, just angry at her family member. Additionally, I am aware that minutes after Birchmore's release from this unfounded section, Farwell and Birchmore engaged in a graphic sexual conversation. Later, Birchmore apologized for worrying him, and he replied, "I wasn't worried. I know you are fine." The Canton Police Department has no record of Birchmore being subject to temporary mental health hospitalizations, even though they're super cool with just like handing those out, as we saw in the Karen Reed case. I wanted to say trial and case at the same time, so it came out Tace. While there is evidence that indicates that Birchmore may have had suicidal ideations on a few occasions between 2016 and 2018, which Farwell likely knew about because he was exploiting her during that time, whoever wrote this is fantastic. Like, I really appreciate how this is written. Like, it is every sentence, every paragraph does like a full pullback. Like, This is happening because he's been doing this since forever, and this is happening because he's been doing this since forever. I really appreciate it. While there is evidence, where was I? Well, there's a nope. Yep. In fact, we'll just start there. In fact, all of the witnesses who agents interviewed about their interactions with Birchmore in the weeks leading up to her death suggested that during that period, she was excited, optimistic, and involved in future planning. Person 7 had a therapy session with Birchmore on January 31st, 2021. During that meeting, Person 7 screened Birchmore for any signs of depression or suicidal ideation. They found none. Person 7 had regular sessions with Birchmore and noted no signs of depression or suicidal ideation in the months leading up to Birchmore's death, and had her next appointment scheduled with Birchmore for February 4th, the day she was found. Additionally, Farwell told detectives that he had been trying to distance himself. You know what? That might be the first truth that he told the police. He had been trying to distance himself, but not from Birchmore, but from the child that she was pregnant with. Every time she brought up anything about doing something for this child, the name, the birth certificate, the money, the presents, the visiting, the holidays, we'll talk in person. He was trying to distance himself with the electronic trail, the data trail of being a part of these conversations. So in his mind, that was probably him telling a truth. This is inconsistent with evidence, clearly. This is inconsistent with evidence that in Birchmore's final days, he asked for a key just days before Birchmore's death, in which Farwell told her that when he came over that night, he would give her hugs. In that same conversation, he told her he may not be able to visit her because he was at a death, meaning he's a police officer. He got called to a scene of a crime, and there's been a death. But it was all good because we do them all the time. All right, footnote 17. Show me something good. I am aware that in Farwell's time as a Stoughton police officer and then detective, he responded to unattended deaths. In addition, I have reviewed a text message exchange between Birchmore and Farwell from January 29th, 2021, in which Birchmore expressed joy at Farwell agreeing to engage in sexual activity with her again. All right, so on to Farwell after, it all sort of happens. They find her body, they do an interview. What does he do? What is he up to? What does his day-to-day life look like? What did he do? Following Birchmore's death, the Stoughton Police Department placed Farwell on administrative leave. Gross. Around that time, Farwell met a coworker, person 4, at a local bar. During that meeting, Farwell told person 4 that he had a sexual relationship with Birchmore. However, according to person 4, at no point during that conversation did Farwell express any sadness, grief, or remorse about Birchmore's death. He told person 4 that he was angry with Massachusetts State Police for looking into him. How dare they do this? Try to blame it all on me. Psycho. At some point during the summer of 2021, person 4 attended a social gathering with Farwell, during which Farwell participated in a joke about Birchmore being hung on the door. Yep, yeah, just rot, Like federal prison will do you nicely, I'm sure. That's probably too nice. Federal prison is too nice. I think federal prison is too nice for a murderer and then a jokester. Like, I'm just gonna crack some jokes about the girl that I groomed, raped, assaulted, and then got pregnant, and then also murdered. I'm gonna make jokes about it. I feel like federal prison is just too good. Anywho, continuing on. Yikes. Through this investigation, Agents have identified evidence that Farwell expressed an interest in violent sex and has a history of choking Birchmore. One more than, my gosh, I'm telling you, I can read, I swear. On more than one occasion, Farwell asked Birchmore to perform his rape fantasies during sex, whereby Birchmore would pretend to be the victim of Farwell's simulated sexual assaults. Moreover, I've reviewed text messages that indicate that over the course of their relationship, Farwell initiated the concept of choking Birchmore. In 2020, the year preceding her death, text messages reveal that Farwell told Birchmore on at least 20 separate occasions that he would grab her throat, pin her down by her throat, squeeze her throat, choke her during sexual activity. These messages were sent on these dates. Based on my review of Birchmore's journal entries, as early as 2013, when Birchmore was just 16 years old, Farwell introduced the idea of choking during their encounters and discussions. One such example of Farwell promising to choke Birchmore occurred on October 14th, 2020, when Farwell told her that he was going to cover her mouth, and maybe I'll choke you a little. In that same conversation, Farwell told Birchmore, I'll grab your throat and say you won't say a word to anyone. On October 15th, he told Birchmore that during their next encounter, he was going to grab her throat and say, STFU now or I won't pull out. Footnote 18. Based on my training and experience, I know that the acronym STFU means shut the fuck up. That's a fantastic footnote. On November 13th, 2020, Farwell and Birchmore again discussed choking. In that conversation, he said, maybe I'll hold you down by your throat while I pound you. He asked her how tight he should squeeze and then stated that he wanted her to feel like, oh my God, this is really happening and I can't stop it. This person was not is anymore, was walking around, was part of a neighborhood, part of a community, like just existing, having babies, having a wife, having a house, driving around. I'm like at like a key level of frustration. Like I'm like, I don't know, like I'm having a hard time. Birchmore's journal entries from 2013 to 2020 detail continuous and sometimes violent sexual relationship with Farwell. Birchmore often journaled about Farwell using sex acts to punish her. According to her journal entries, Farwell would engage in forceful sex to punish her for mistakes such as getting bad grades, having sex with other people, failing to share her cell phone location with him, lying or being intimate with someone else. We're not going to read these. Text messages between Farwell and Birchmore reveal Farwell's interest in SA, as I've said it so much. For example, in one text, you say no and make me take it, full R word. During another text message conversation between Farwell and Birchmore, I'm skipping some things here. Farwell instructed Birchmore to call him daddy, keep her effing mouth shut. Do you understand me? All right. Farwell has obsessive and controlling tendencies. No shit. Text messages between Farwell and Birchmore include Farwell's repeated demands that Birchmore set her phone location sharing settings to allow him to always view her location. He has full control. She needs to be fully available for him. Where is she? What is she doing? When will she be back home? What are you doing when you're home? You know, what are you eating? What are you wearing? Where are you going? Why are you shopping there? Why are you spending this money? What all the things that you are doing, he needs to know. Power. In these text conversations, Farwell indicated Birchmore needed to share this information in order to gain back his trust for her alleged lies and infidelity. Coming from the married man, coming from the married father, your lies, Sandra, your infidelity is what he said. Oh, coming from the married man, from the married pedo. I'm just saying, if you we're going to continue. I'm not going to say I can't. We're going to continue. Ask Birchmore why her location. Farwell asked Birchmore why her location was off and why he can no longer see it. On March 22nd, 2019, he asked Birchmore to reveal her location. When she responded that she was at 7-Eleven, he told her that he knew she was in Abington, and he asked multiple times why she would go there when Stoughton has 100 convenience stores. Just more, I know you're something blank redacted, hiding shit, your location is off again. Why did you turn your location data off the other day? I see that your location is off again. Where are you? You can turn your location back off if you want. Like, oh God. During this, that's like the level of exhaustion she must have felt constantly. During this investigation pursuant, this guy is literally off his rocker. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Like so far freaking gone. So far freaking gone. During this investigation pursuant to a federal search warrant, agents obtained and reviewed data from Farwell's iCloud account. Located in Farwell's iCloud were several memes that indicate his interest in intercourse with the deceased. Taking it to a whole other level here. A meme that states, "What does a pulse and an orgasm have in common? I don't care if she has either." Another meme states, "If you F a corpse on a waterbed, it feels like they are participating." Farwell's iCloud data also contains images that reveal his interest in domestic violence. Duct tape turning no into since 1942. Psychotic, absolutely disgusting. This man was paid to serve and protect. This man was given a gun. This man was given a gun and said, "You're a good one. Thanks for keeping up the great work and serving and protecting our little city here." All right, we're moving on. His efforts to conceal his crime. Oh my God. My brain is shutting down. On February 9th, 2021, after giving his personal cell phone to state police detectives, Farwell used his Stoughton police issued cell phone to make and delete 2 Google searches. Hey, dumbass. It don't work like that. Okay. First, Farwell searched for and deleted, "Can delete redacted iMessage be recovered by Celebrite?" He says HY, but he meant BY. And we all know what Celebrite is from the Karen Reed trial, and other trials, and just general knowledge. Celebrite is the software used to fully extract cell phone data and get every last little bit off of the phone and basically mirror completely your phone to a computer, so all the information is there. It can be put on a hard drive or multiple hard drives, and you can get down to the point of when something was Googled, or when a tab was opened. I mean, you can usually, except in the Karen Reed case, but you can usually get down to the point of when a tab was opened and when something was searched. There were issues in the Karen Reed case, but that comes down to mental ability and not software ability, in my opinion. And then he Googled, then he searched for and deleted, can you revoke consent in Massachusetts? Hey, I'm just going to say anywhere in the US, you can revoke consent. I can't speak for any other countries. I'm going to go with Canada too, but I'm sure there's some countries out there where, I mean, consent isn't even a thing. But in America, absolutely. Yes, you can. Yeah. Yeah, you can. There are some states that I'm sure will give the victim a hard time about it. But in my neck of the woods, 100%. And if it's not respected, you are scum. Okay, that's enough of my brain interjecting. I have identified text messages between Farwell and Birchmore in which Farwell directed Birchmore to destroy evidence of their sexual relationship. You mean of you raping her since she was 15? Oh my God, that's crazy. March 11th, 2019, he sent Birchmore a text reminding her to make sure you clear all this out. Bro, it don't work like that. And if you're dumb enough to think it does, Farwell sent Birchmore texts about his desire to use sexual violence and to pretend to rape her. At the end of this conversation, Farwell sent her a text indicating that he was going to bed and instructed her to clear out this text. He directed Birchmore to make sure all of their text messages and Facebook messages have been deleted. There are also text messages between Farwell and Birchmore in which he directed Birchmore to destroy evidence regarding the beginning of their relationship. This would be evidence of Farwell's efforts to coerce and entice Birchmore to engage in sexual intercourse when she was 15 years old. You mean rape her? Wish we had just done it for real the first time. Clear that part out, baby. I did, good girl. Gross. Ugh. Clear that out. Okay. The information set forth above supports the government's motion to detain Matthew Farwell pending trial in this case, sworn to under the pains and penalties of perjury. Special Agent Shanae Castrita. My sincerest apologies for pronouncing your name wrong, if I did. Round of applause for you. This was a lot. This was a lot of work. This was a lot mental, emotional, psychological. This was a lot. So major round of applause to you, Special Agent. All right. How are we feeling after just the affidavit? How are we feeling? Feel like going crazy? I do. You feel like going crazy? I do. I do feel like going crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like this was so obvious. This was so clear. This was so clear. So why did Canton not see it? Why did Massachusetts State Police not see it? Why was it so quickly declared a suicide? Why was it so quickly? Let's see. Let's get the. Well, we could watch the press conference because they are as clear as the dog bites on John O'Keefe's arms. Yeah. Like it's palpable. The level of corruption in this area is absolutely palpable. Talking about just like Guarino. So if we remember from the Karen Reed trial, officer, detective Guarino, whatever, trooper Guarino, whatever, no respect to you, bro. Like I'm not gonna try to make sure I call you by your proper title because no respect to you. PSA, don't move to Massachusetts, at least not that area. Guarino was responsible for pulling data for the Commonwealth for Karen retrial. He was responsible for that. And he did a bad job. We don't need to relive that trauma. We're all traumatized from the Karen retrial. But I would just like to say and make note that Guarino, the same human being, was responsible in pulling cellular data for this case as well. And he just so happened to have missed almost 35,000 messages back and forth between Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell, describing in extreme detail the world that he molded Sandra to live in, which was his world of rape, assault, violence. And Guarino missed it. I don't know. It must have been a very confusing situation for him. Because there was like so much of it. He probably was just like, oh my God, they like talk about the weather every day. Like, I'm not even gonna like, there's just so much, he just like somehow missed it. I don't know. It was really weird. It was like, it was almost like he purposefully didn't find it or tell anyone about it or show anyone. Like it was like so weird. Like I don't understand what exactly happened there. But yeah, he had some issues with this one as well. Which is going to be very interesting for next year. January 2025, when as of right now, what's still happening, the Karen Read retrial will be taking place, and Guarino will probably, most likely, for sure, especially after this, be called again to the stand. And now this information will be able to be used as well. So it's public information. He can keep it to himself, yet Proctor can blab to everyone. Yeah. Ooh, what do you like? What? Like this, it doesn't stop here. It does not stop here at Matthew Farwell. It does not, because this is going to have effects on future cases, past cases, in so many ways. It is not done. The FBI has lifted up one stone in a field of stone. Stone fields. That's a thing. And there's, a couple bugs underneath, but there's so many. I don't know where. I can't do this metaphor. I don't have it. Let me pull up the press conference. Sandra Birchmore press conference. All right. No, shush. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Oh my God. It just like starts playing when you click on it. Who knew YouTube did that? Who even knew? All right. All right, let me throw my earbuds in so I can hear it, and it'll probably be a little bit of me telling you what questions were asked. If you haven't watched this already, it's not that easy to hear some of the questions. So I will just share some of that. Let's see. Extensions, volume booster. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet, please and thank you. And I can boost it as much as possible, but it might be a little tough to hear. All right, let me know if you can hear it.
Good afternoon. On February 4th, 2021, Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her Canton, Massachusetts apartment. The charges filed today in federal court alleged.
Can you guys hear that? So many suspended or fired. This isn't going to end well. No, it's not. Not for them. But it will end well for the citizens of Massachusetts and Canton. Perfectly clear. Awesome. Cool.
Alleged she was in fact murdered by Matthew Farwell 3 days earlier. At the time of her death, Sandra Birchmore was a 23-year-old woman with her entire life ahead of her, and she was pregnant with her first child. We allege that Sandra Birchmore survived years of grooming, statutory rape, and then sexual violence, all at the hands of Matthew Farwell, who was employed throughout their relationship as an officer and then detective for the Stoughton Police Department.
Period. Arrest him. Period. Now, this is the feds talking. This is not Massachusetts State Police. This is not Stoughton PD. This is not Canton PD. This is the feds. He's going to break down basically what we just read in the affidavit. He's going to break down the plans, what's happening, and then there'll be a little bit of a Q&A.
And when it became clear to Mr. Farwell that he could no longer control Sandra Birchmore, he allegedly silenced her permanently.
He's saying alleged because it's a judge and jury have not declared it so. So that's, if you have questions about that, it's like, no, he clearly did it. Like, yes, clearly, but it is still alleged.
This morning, Matthew Farwell was arrested on a federal grand jury indictment, charging him with one count of killing a witness or victim.
So I just want to say, grand juries, made it so he could be arrested. Grand jury made it so that the evidence that the feds found were able to be compiled into an affidavit, into an arrest warrant, and to continue the process. So they started the process and they handed over information to the grand jury, and they are able to do their own sort of investigation as well. Ask for more info, ask for more details, ask for more dates, ask for more this, for more that, for more proof, some more of this. They're able to do that. And so the grand jury said, yes, this has legs. This has legs. There's enough here, in our opinion, to pursue this. So that's what that process is.
Specifically, Mr. Farwell is charged with violating Title 18 United States Code 1512 for killing Sandra Birchmore with the intent of preventing her from communicating information about his possible commission of federal crimes. How did this all unfold? What happened here? Well, back in 2010, a 12-year-old Sandra Birchmore applied to join the Stoughton Police Department's Explorers program, which introduces teens to policing. Officer Matthew Farwell was an instructor in that program. And as alleged in court documents, he befriended Sandra Birchmore, contacted her online, went to the library with her, became friends on Facebook, essentially groomed her. And then he committed statutory rape by having sex with her when he was a 27-year-old.
Okay, I just want to back up and just listen to that one more time.
Contacted her online, went to the library with her, became friends on Facebook, essentially groomed her.
Essentially groomed her is hard for me, because he essentially groomed her. Like, no, he groomed the ever-living shit out of her. He groomed every moment, every breath she took. He groomed her. I've listened to this so many times now.
And then he committed statutory rape by having sex with her when he was a 27-year-old police officer.
I know why he said it the way he did. And so I know that I know if you're like, me, it's like, that's not how it should be said. I know why he said it the way he did for the lead up. So I'm gonna let this one pass.
And she was just 15 years old. Mr. Farwell continued to have a sexual relationship with Sandra Birchmore until her death 8 years later, allegedly meeting her for sex regularly when he was on duty and being paid by the Stoughton Police Department. Now, in the weeks leading up to Sandra Birchmore's death in February 2021, she found out that she was expecting a baby. And she told Mr. Farwell that he was the father. According to court documents, Ms. Birchmore was very excited about becoming a mother, buying baby clothes and other items, taking precautions to ensure the health of her new child. Sandra Birchmore had good friends. She had a good job. She had dreams of becoming a nurse, and she had a child on the way. But Mr. Farwell did not share in that excitement. It's alleged that Mr. Farwell reacted quite negatively to the news that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with his child.
It's very clearly that he reacted extremely negatively.
And he acted angrily, it is alleged, when Sandra Birchmore started making requests of Mr. Farwell around doctor's appointments and ultrasounds and what information would be on the birth certificate. Mr. Farwell was losing control in late 2020, early 2021, and the information that Sandra Birchmore possessed about his illegal conduct was in danger of slipping out. In fact, word started to get out about their relationship. Less than 2 weeks before she was found dead, someone called the Stoughton Police Department and disclosed that Matthew Farwell had had a relationship with Sandra Birchmore. And when Mr. Farwell learned about that,
it really is hard to think that this was, I want to say, sort of sped up, quite possibly because her friend was trying to do the right thing by sharing with the police that a police officer is doing the wrong thing. It is really hard to think that this whole situation might have caught wind a little quicker than like expected. Like it really set a fire underneath Matthew Farwell when that happened. And it's almost like I really hope that person who did call doesn't feel any guilt. I really hope that person does not feel guilty. They are not responsible for what happened to Sandra Birchmore. The only person that is responsible is the only person that took her life. Anyone who did try to do good by her, tried to do the right thing, I really do hope does not feel guilty about what happened or feels like they had a part in it. It's hard. You're in a weird situation to begin with. You are put into a weird situation trying to do the right thing. You know, Sandra confides in you. You try to do the right thing. You want police involved, but the police are already involved. And you may not be aware of how deep the brotherhood goes with the police when it comes to how deep the brotherhood goes. You know, and every department is different. It may not run as deep as this one, but this one ran deep. He was not met with any consequences for what that phone call stated. He was met with, all right, no problem. Lips are sealed.
that call, he became visibly angry. Mr. Farwell, it is alleged in these court papers, started to lose his patience, lose his temper, and the 6'4" Mr. Farwell started to be physically violent with 4'10" Sandra Birchmore. And Sandra Birchmore told her friends that Mr. Farwell had pushed her and shoved her and put her in a chokehold. She was scared. And during that same time, Mr. Farwell was allegedly planning Sandra Birchmore's murder. For the first time, he requested a key to her apartment. And she told friends that he was oddly inspecting the apartment and looking at the closet, including the closet that she was found dead in front of. And then it all came to a head on February 1st, 2021. Mr. Farwell went over to her apartment that evening, and he strangled Sandra Birchmore to death. That's the allegation in this case. And he used his knowledge and experience as a law enforcement officer to stage her death to look like a suicide. He allegedly attempted to cover his tracks.
And that's an extremely frustrating part of this. He knew, like, he had history. He had the data in his brain on what might potentially help. But what he didn't have is the knowledge of how deep the Brotherhood for Sandra would run. This is only happening because of everybody online, on Twitter, on Instagram, making videos, talking about it, continually reaching out to a higher level law enforcement to keep looking into it, to keep asking questions, that this is not what it says it is.
To literally try and get away with murder. And he almost did, until today.
Until
Back in
today.
2021, with the information that was available, Sandra Birchmore's death was ruled a suicide, or deemed a suicide. But over the last year or so, the FBI and our office have been working exhaustively with our state partners. We've uncovered critical new information, examined the existing information, all of which led to this federal grand jury indictment. If convicted on this charge, Mr. Farwell faces a minimum of life imprisonment.
Well, that's good. Well, that's a good thing. If he is indicted or found guilty on this charge alone of killing a witness or victim, the minimum is life in prison. Minimum. Maximum, I'll let him tell it.
Giving voice to the voiceless, ensuring that no one is above the law, protecting the vulnerable people of Massachusetts, that's the highest calling of people in law enforcement. And this case represents those principles. And every day across Massachusetts, thousands of police officers, federal, state, local law enforcement, put their lives on the line to protect the people of Massachusetts. Mr. Farwell violated those principles, and now he faces very grave consequences. It is disheartening to have to charge law enforcement officers, especially with crimes as serious. But it's our job at the Department of Justice to investigate potential crimes without fear and without favor. We do in this office what we've been doing for decades with our federal partners like the FBI. We follow the facts, regardless of where they lead. We apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution, full stop.
I feel like you know what I'm going to say. I wasn't happy that he was like, oh, I'm so disheartened that it's a police officer. Can we normalize like cops being bad guys too? Like, can we just normalize that in all levels of like government? Like, can we just normalize that? Like, just because you're a cop doesn't mean you're naturally a good person. But like, no, can we stop that, please? Like, stop it. Do they though? But do they though? Okay.
We are not influenced by social media chatter. We are not influenced by politics. We're influenced by the facts and the law. Our mission is
right. But the only reason that you are in, like, the only reason we have the facts, only reason we have the facts is because people kept screaming that the feds need to look into it. So, like, you are slightly influenced by social media. You are slightly influenced. You're influenced to activate some sort of energy towards something. Yes.
is to do our level best to do justice in every case. And our mission today is to do justice for Sandra Birchmore. Lastly, I want to note that we are sharing the information and the evidence that we developed in this case with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the Massachusetts State Police, and with the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office, so they can assess whether state charges may be warranted in this situation. And I want to thank those. I also want to thank the department for in our investigation.
What's going on? I think it's the video, not me.
The women, FBI Boston, incredible work.
Chill out. All right. I don't know if it's
dogged investigation. Look at the court papers, you'll see work has gone a huge. Particularly want to thank members of my office, the lead.
What's going on?
Of our civil rights.
Was it the feed?
United States attorneys.
Okay. don't remember it being like this when I watched it the last like 2-3 times. All right.
I'm Stephen Keller, FBI, and approximately 40 FBI arrested former Stoughton police officer for allegedly taking the life of Sandra Birchmore. To ensure immediately following his arrest, we shared this family.
What is going on? Clean that police force out is right.
We know, simply put this, what we believe Officer Matthew today, our investigation covered
Oh my
additional
God.
assistance when someone chooses.
What is going on? Why is this happening?
You know, as best as we can, and we also have a duty to get it right.
Was there a rush?
Okay.
To analysts
Let's
for their
start-
hard work and dedication. U.S. Attorney Josh Levy and his team for their partnership. Both
What
Chief
is
McNamara of the Police
happening?
Department with the Massachusetts State Police for their assistance investigation forward. Thank you. Next Dave.
Take some questions.
Okay, it's question time.
Suicide to now.
Well, I think if you have through the court papers, you'll see how exhaust investigation. Obviously, this is incredibly serious.
So
Forensics,
he asked what changed from suicide to now.
evidence that had to be, etc. So we move as fast as we can,
I swear it was not this glitchy. What the heck is happening?
and we also have a duty to get it right.
Was there a rush? Suicide because this involved.
Yeah, our office wasn't involved.
Was there a rush to suicide because there was an officer involved?
In determination of a suicide, I can't speak to that.
Got involved about a year ago. What prompted that?
Yeah, we leads on cases.
Oh, I have no idea why it's doing this. It might be because I'm trying. It might be with StreamYard. I don't know. That's off.
From all different sources, we get information on.
As you said initially, it was considered.
Pick one piece of evidence that is the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's really an accumulation. We have to go in front of a jury, 12 citizens, and convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Farwell is guilty. That's on us. He's presumed innocent today, and he will remain innocent until we meet that burden. But it's all the evidence in combination makes that case.
Did the state medical examiner's office plan to change the cause of death on her birth certificate, and did you determine who the father of her birth was?
So the question was, does the state medical examiner's office plan on changing the death determination on her death certificate, and are we able to find out who the father is?
Well, I'll take those in reverse order. I'm not going to comment on the second piece. What we have alleged in the court papers is that Ms. Birchmore told Mr. Farwell several times that he was the father. And your question about the state medical examiner, obviously, they don't report to me, and that's a question better directed to the state medical examiner.
Matthew was mentioned here. We've heard reports over the years of several other officers. So you guys conducted any other ongoing investigations related to something?
So I think assistance.
So Matthew was mentioned here, but we have reports of other officers being involved in this whole thing with Sandra. What are we doing about it?
Special Agent Charge Keller alluded to the fact this is an ongoing investigation. I'm not going to comment on what the other pieces are that we're looking into, but it's an active investigation. Shall we?
This is a death penalty eligible case. Is that on the table, or is that already off the table?
So
Okay, so this is a death penalty eligible case. This is feds charging him. This is not Massachusetts. This is a death penalty eligible case. Is that on the table? Was the question.
Shelley, you're absolutely correct. The maximum penalty under this statute as charged is sentence of death. And whether to seek the death penalty in a federal case is decided at the highest levels of the Department of Justice. That decision has not been made on whether the death penalty sought in this case, and that process will continue, but I can't comment on it beyond that.
What? Now the video feed? Okay, I'd rather be able to hear it than see it. It's on the table. It is an option. I don't know why this is happening to me. Why is this always happening? It's so embarrassing.
Not going to comment on it. It's a process that involves a lot of people at the Department of Justice, and I'm not going to share my view on this.
Did all other officers in Stoughton or Stoughton government know about the underage sexual contact that Matthew Farwell was having with Sandra when it was going on in those early 2010, 11, 12, 15?
You know,
Did other officers know in Stoughton about Sandra being underage and Matthew Farwell.
I'm not going to comment on information that's not in the public record. As you heard, this is an ongoing matter, so we're going to continue to look to this matter. And if there's other individuals that we develop evidence they violated the federal law, we'll proceed.
Josh, can you touch on? I mean, murder state usually is the one that handles murder charges. Obviously, has have jurisdiction on many cases, but what made this one get to federal authorities? And do you think that the state officials watched this investigation?
How did this become a federal case? Do you think the state officials botched this investigation? That's the question.
There's a lot of overlap in the law between the federal government has jurisdiction over and what the state government has jurisdiction over. When someone comes to our office with credible information that a police officer may have been involved in a murder and underlying legal violations as set forth in the indictment, we're going to investigate that case every time. They come in different shapes and sizes, but that is our duty.
I'm sorry.
To the public is to pursue credible leads like that and investigate them fully.
To follow up on her question, we saw Lieutenant Tully outside earlier. This was Robert Gay's case first. You mentioned that they've been state partners throughout this. Does your office look into what may have went wrong in their investigation?
This case.
Does your office look into what may have went wrong in their investigation? That's the question.
About what went wrong for Sandra Birchmore and how she was treated by Matthew Farwell and how he violated her rights and ultimately killed her. That's what this case is about. It's not about what happens at other state agencies. This is about justice for Sandra Birchmore.
This is the second major death investigation where your office has come to a different conclusion than Norfolk County DA. I'm sure you can't comment on that, but is that normal for federal prosecutors and state prosecutors to reach different conclusions on investigations?
So I'm here to talk about one case. We got about 1,000.
Is it normal for federal prosecutors and state prosecutors to come to a different decision, a different conclusion on this one investigation? Like we're calling you being here is calling out Massachusetts State Police for doing a bad job. Let's talk about it. We want to talk about it.
1,000 cases in the office. I'm not going to comment on any other case in the office. I would just caution you to not extrapolate too much from one case out of all the things that are happening in our office.
This district has brought a charge of killing of a witness. I can't think of any others. I'm wondering if there are others.
Yeah. I don't know the answer. That's a question. That's an answer we could get for you, but I don't know the answer to it. We bring charges of obstruction of justice frequently, as you know, but I'm not pulling one off the top of my head that matches this. Sorry. That's okay. Yeah, I'm not just going to comment on things that are in the public record. I wouldn't take that as yes or a no. But I'm limited up here.
I couldn't hear the question.
Talk about what's in the public record.
Can you talk about the arrest? What happened with the arrest this morning?
I'm going to ask ASAC Kelleher to speak to that.
So this morning we had a SWAT team that was in a location where Mr. Farwell was. He was taken into custody.
So he's going to talk about Mr. Farwell, Matthew Farwell. He's not a Mr. to me. He's a piece of trash on the side of the road, and how he was arrested.
He was driving a truck, a gravel hauler, and he was safely taken into custody by the SWAT team, which is what we strive to achieve every time we do an operation like this. No, he was in Revere.
Nothing in the neighborhood in Revere, was on the highway.
No, he was in a shopping plaza in Revere.
Did he say anything?
We have not tried to interview him.
That dump truck he's driving, is that his new employment?
Again, I wouldn't comment on that here at this time, but he was driving the dump truck when he was arrested.
Before your agency got involved, there were other agencies investigating this. Can we expect to see any fallout from those lead investigators from other agencies who were responsible for finding justice in this case?
I think the juncture we're at right now is that we are working with state agencies. We've developed, as I said, new information that we're going to share with our state partners. They're going to make decisions about what charges are appropriate under state law, if any.
Can you tell us who the lead investigator was on this case before your agency got involved?
I can tell you the lead investigator was for our matter, which was the FBI. I don't know. I honestly don't have information on who the lead was in a state investigation. I don't get that type of information.
Who was the lead investigator for this case before it was their case? And he's like, for us, it was the FBI. For them, you're going to have to ask them about that. Like, there's still, he's still sort of distancing himself. I mean, all right, let me rephrase. He's distancing himself and this investigation from the Massachusetts State Police investigation. One, because they suck. And two, because he doesn't want to get caught up in answering any questions whatsoever about the Massachusetts State Police investigation. They need to answer the questions on their own. They need to stand up and say, "Oh yeah, we did a bad job. We did a bad job." They need to answer to Massachusetts. Like, Massachusetts has questions, and they need to stand up and answer for them. Like, they need to answer for them. Answer the damn questions. Answer them.
You've said that you're not, you're looking just into the fact of Sandra Birchmore's death, that's the focus of this case, not what law enforcement agencies prior to you did. Is that within your jurisdiction to investigate what those state agencies did?
I think what I said was I'm here to talk about Sandra Birchmore, and I'm not here to talk about other things that are happening in the United States Attorney's Office. It's 125 federal prosecutors doing a lot of different things. In this case, this press conference is about one young woman.
There's stuff happening that he can't talk about. He can't say what they're investigating into, because like, there's secrets. They got little secrets, little FBI secrets, right? He's not gonna be like, oh yeah, no, we're looking into, this office and this office and this office and how this person did this and how this person did this and all that stuff. He's not gonna say that. He is talking about Sandra Birchmore. And I get it. But people, these reporters, these investigators themselves have questions, and they're going to ask them as much as possible to try to get any answer at all, because they're anxious. They want answers. We all want answers. What is being done about this terrible investigation in the Massachusetts State Police when it comes to Sandra Birchmore? And with all of the energy in that same area, we're all asking, how is this going to affect the Karen Reed retrial? Which it will affect it.
Who we allege was killed by a Stoughton police officer, Matthew
You're
Farwell.
saying how your investigation might be complicated by the fact that you're going now into federal court where there is this, and you found that it was suicide. The Norfolk County DA's office opted not to pursue it. How does that affect your efforts now to prosecute?
Yep. Good question. Look. In evaluating whether to bring charges, we obviously look at all the evidence that's both incriminating and exculpatory. All that gets turned over to defense lawyers. Mr. Farwell will be well represented in this case, and those facts will be put out in front of a jury. We are confident that when all the evidence is presented to a jury, if it gets that far, that those issues will not prevent us from securing a conviction.
Have you done your own person doing autopsy?
We-
That's come to a different conclusion. I know there's another one out there that's already been reported on.
That's correct. There's an expert witness. I don't want to get
We
into exactly what that
read
person
about
did or didn't, because I don't want to mischaracterize it, but it's in the court documents, who has a tremendous amount of experience in this field and has reached a different conclusion.
Just a couple more questions.
Dr. Smock.
That's correct.
How unusual is it for a police officer to be charged with a capital offense involving sex with a minor?
It's unusual in my experience. I don't have a full handle on how often this has been done nationwide, but it's an unusual situation. And that's partly why it's so incredibly disturbing.
Anyone else? Do you have any words of caution to departments that have these Explorer programs based on what you learned from your investigation about how this was able to unfold?
Yeah.
So she's like, so what do you got to say for these Explorer programs? Because they're everywhere. They're nationwide. These Explorer programs, these police law enforcement Explorer programs, like any word of warning to the departments, to parents, to soon to be members.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my swim lane. I'm not an expert on police Explorer programs, and so I really don't have any intelligent answer to that question.
Thank you.
Illegal.
He said, I got nothing.
Civil rights unit Liz Riley.
I don't know nothing. Shush. I don't know nothing about it. All right. So how are we feeling after the press conference and the affidavit? Total, combined. How are we feeling? This is not an easy thing. This is not smooth sailing. This is not comfortable. This is not comfortable. This is trying to right wrongs that go back over a decade. trying to give Sandra Birchmore justice. Okay, I think there is one document that I will not be reading on here, because it just gives it. It's just a little too much. You guys can read it. Let me find it. You guys, if you want to read it, it is on Sandra Birchmore's Reddit page. But what I do want to read to close out today, what I do want to read is something that not a is behind a paywall. Don't sue me, please. Please don't sue me. It's been posted everywhere. Everyone's read it. It's a few days old. Please don't sue me. But I'm going to read this, and let me just share. I think it's just good. It's good. It's good. It's good. There we go. That's okay. That's a little better. Okay, so this is from the Boston Globe. Boston Globe. Let's see. Where is it from? Articles. It just says Boston something. I can't read it. I'm gonna find it. Trust. I'm gonna find it. What is it called? Corruption in Canton. Corruption in Canton. Murderous. Boston Herald. Boston Herald. Okay. So this is written by Howie Carr, who is a columnist for the Boston Herald. And it's titled Corruption in Canton Murderous. And I want to read this because I think it gives a really good sort of boots on the ground energy of what's next when it comes to both of these situations, how they're both of these cases, how they're both sort of tied together with the people who were supposed to figure it all out. And how it is extremely dangerous for the civilians, the people who live there, living under like the reign of this manipulative, sort of lackluster policing. So, wow, I should probably pull it up somewhere else so that I can freaking read it. Okay, give me 1 second. Because I can't read it in the way that it is. So just give me 1 second. I'm getting it right now. Here we go. All right. As scandalous as the Karen Reed frame-up is, the Sandra Birchmore case may be even more horrific, and not just because both murders occurred in the same corrupt town, featuring largely the same cast of bumbling corrupt cops. The parallels between the two crimes are amazing. Birchmore was murdered on February 1st, 2021 in Canton, just as a blizzard arrived. John O'Keefe was killed in Canton on January 29th, 2022, almost exactly 1 year later, as a blizzard approached. And the cops' reaction was almost identical. Look the other way. Just blame the woman, the female victim. Remember Michael Proctor, the drunkard state cop now suspended without pay, who, after lugging Karen Reed, texted his sister about what he hoped the babe with the weird Fall River accent and no ass would do. Hopefully she kills herself. We remember that. Now we discover in paragraph 50 of the FBI affidavit that shortly before she was murdered, Birchmore had it out with the father of her unborn child, married Staunton police officer Matthew Farwell. After the fight, according to the G-Men, she told Person 2 what Farwell told her about her pregnancy. He wished she would just die, and he wants nothing to do with the baby. The state medical examiner ruled Birchmore's death a suicide. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Then, when John O'Keefe's badly beaten body was found on the lawn of another Boston police officer, the state medical examiner ruled a cause of death could not be determined. Forget Jake, it's Canton. In the Karen Reed case, Tripper Proctor never even bothered to go inside the cop's house where the body had been found in the front yard. Now we find out that members of that same state police unit interviewed Matthew Farwell in the parking lot of a school in Stoughton. Even Barney Fife would be embarrassed by how lame these flat feet are. In their initial 2021 investigation, DA Morrissey's state Keystone cops could find no text messages between Farwell and Birchmore. There were only 32,709. Farwell told cops he deleted everything, much like the two cops named Brian in the Karen Reed case, who actually destroyed their cell phones rather than turn them over to the court. We all remember that. This right here is what I've been waiting for. In the Karen Reed investigation, the same state cop who couldn't find even one of those 32,709 text messages likewise never discovered Jennifer McCabe's deleted Google search. Haas longed to die in cold. That question was texted out at 2:27 a.m. as Boston cop John O'Keefe lay dying in the snow outside her friend Brian Albert's house. That state cop who bungled both searches is Nicole. I almost said Nicole Guarino, and I didn't mean to. Is Nicholas Guarino. He's from Norwood, which abuts Canton on the west, just like Stoughton does to the south. Such a tiny area, so many unsolved murders during blizzards with heavy police vibes. Bottom line here is that DA Meatball Morrissey's. I love it. I am above name calling, but seems like the cops just want us dead. Yeah, I'm above name calling, but sometimes I'm not. Bottom line here is that DA Meatball Morrissey's crack sleuths leave no stone unturned, except the ones the perps are hiding under, and except for Trooper Proctor. All these bent badges kept getting paid. His drunken buddy on the Canton PD, Kevin Fat Albert, is suspended with pay. Is suspended with pay. Farwell, oh my gosh, sorry. It's hard with the small paragraphs and the dashes. Farwell allegedly strangled Sandra in February, was placed on paid administrative leave 3 weeks later, and continued on paid vacation until May 2022. Whoever said crime doesn't pay has never been a cop in Norfolk County. You have to wonder how many other victims are stepping forward now that the first of the Canton cover-ups has been broken up. When cops use the word grooming, as they did at yesterday's press conference at the federal courthouse, they're seldom talking about one case. Another question: where are all the trolls who mindlessly cheerled on social media for the unspeakably corrupt cops in Norfolk County? They said the Fed's investigation was over. They said the grand jury's term had expired. They said pay no attention to the evidence in either the Reed or Birchmore case. Nothing to see here, folks, move along. Once again, the crooked cops are hoisted not on their own petards, but on their own text messages. In the federal documents, Farwell admits to statutory rape of Birchmore when she was 15. Didn't even hear the old school board warning, 15 will get you 20. Guess what? Or maybe the rules are different in Norfolk County, at least if you're a crooked cop. This Birchmore case also has echoes of the priest scandal in the Archdiocese of Boston. These pederast padres went after little boys from broken homes. No father in sight. Ditto Sandra Birchmore, raised by her mother who died at age 52. Anyone think it's weird that Brian Albert retired in 2023? Do you think he knew anything? We'll talk about it in a minute. How evil was Farwell? According to the text put into public record by the feds right before he allegedly murdered his pregnant girlfriend, he stopped by her apartment in Canton. She texted a friend. He asked me if I'd give him a key and said that if I kept it a secret, he'd be around. Then he looked in my closet and in the bathroom, but why? Haven't figured that out. By the way, the night Farwell came by to get the key in secret, he brought over a treat for the woman he was allegedly getting ready to slaughter along with his own unborn child, some ginger ale. This is a funny connection that he made. Ginger ale, another smaller link between the two cases. Brian Higgins, the grossly obese ATF cop in the middle of the Karen Reed case, bragged about his drink of choice being a Jameson and ginger. Never accept ginger ale from a cop, or at least in Norfolk County. Josh Levy, the acting U.S. attorney, said something at his press conference that must be more than somewhat concerning to certain parties in Greater Canton. When someone comes to us with information that a police officer may have been involved in a murder, we're going to get involved. As for Karen Reed, you can understand why she's trying to get as far away from Canton as possible. Karen, if any local yokel cops ask to give them, oh my God, Karen, if any local yokel cops ask you to give them the key to your house so they can check up on you, run, don't walk. Haas Long, it's so funny. Like, it's terrible, but like we have to find a little bit of funnies here. Haas Long would it have taken them to string Karen up, just like they did to Sandra Birchmore. Then you can pre-order Howie's new book, You Understand American, at howiecarrshow.com. I feel like that's fine. It's good for me to read it because I just read your article. I'm so sorry. Don't sue me. So anyone think it's weird that Brian Albert retired in 2023? Do you think he knew anything? Just kind of like, yeah, I think they all knew something. I think everyone knew a little bit of something. And I think they all knew that they all knew a little bit of something, and they all know a little bit of something, and they all live in the same damn town, and they see things and they hear things, and there's text messages everywhere. Everyone's in group chats. Everyone's in group chats. Everyone's got a group chat here, a group chat there. Everyone knows a little bit of everything. I don't know what the little bit of everything that everyone knows is, but I know that this is not the end. That he has been arrested. He is charged with crimes where the minimum, if found guilty, is life. The maximum is death. This is a big deal. Sandra Birchmore, your case is a big deal because you are a big deal, and you are not here, but you are still important. And this case is important. This case will set precedent, I'm sure, in some way or another. Sandra Birchmore deserves justice. Her unborn child deserves justice. Her friends and family deserve justice. And we're gonna get it because the feds are involved. Like, this whole thing is so extremely frustrating. It's really hard to take in. There's so much. It hurts. It hurts every fiber of my being. It hurts me. It makes me sad. It makes me upset. It makes me frustrated. It makes me pissed. But it's important, and I needed to share it, and I needed to talk about it, and I will continue to talk about it as more things happen. It will not be a straight, if he pleads not guilty. If he pleads not guilty, then there will be a trial. It has a first arraignment. He did plead not guilty. That can change. That sometimes does. First arraignment, you're going to plead not guilty. You want to get a lawyer. You want to talk it out. You want to see what's happening here, what the possibility is. What are you looking at for time? Can you make a deal? Not this time, bud. Not this time. I don't see a deal in your future. Like, your minimum is life. like that's it. The deal is the minimum is life. The deal is you've had years of walking free, of raising your own kids, your other own kids, that was the deal. Can better be prepared. They're coming for you. Yeah, they're not stopping anytime soon. The press conference that we watched, that was not a man who is done. that is not a man who is aware that this was it. This was the only issue. Like, this is a man that knows that there is stuff happening. There is time, there is energy, there is money being spent on all of this, and they are nowhere near done. Nowhere near done. So how is this going to affect the Karen Reed trial, the Karen Reed retrial in January? In many, many ways. In many, many ways. Proctor, right? He's no longer is sitting in the same position that he was during the first trial. Guarino has been outed as an idiot. Sorry. Like, Guarino has just been straight up proven to be a ding dong and not good at his job at all in any way, shape, or form. There are multiple cops, multiple officers that were at the scene for Karen Reed that were also at the scene for Sandra Birchmore. That's I think Lank was involved. I think he was first or near first at the scene for Birchmore. There was many crossover folks because Sandra Birchmore also died in Canton. So a wellness check that happened where was Canton PD. The case was first a Canton PD case. An unattended death, especially of this sort, is going to go up to the Massachusetts State Police, who would probably most likely, in my brain's opinion, to be just about the same exact freaking people that handled the John O'Keefe case. So a lot of crossover. So anything, for the most part, that happens in the Sandra Birchmore case is going to affect the Karen Reed trial, especially if it's all public knowledge, if it's all information that has been released to the public, if it's public information, if it's publicly accessible, if it's documents that anyone can see, if it's press conferences that anyone can hear, if it's interviews that anyone can read transcripts from, it's going to affect the Karen Reed case because it's probably someone who was involved with it. And a poor performance on a case a year prior does not help your prosecution for the John O'Keefe case. Like, you did a really terrible job a year before, just a year before this. What did you change? How did you change? What did you learn in between you investigating the Sandra Birchmore case and investigating John O'Keefe? What happened? What nothing? Oh, okay. So are we still doing these bad wrong things? Like, it's setting itself up for failure for the prosecution, even more even more than the first time. I didn't talk about it, but we do know that the Karen Reed retrial is scheduled for, I think, the end of January 2025. The motion to dismiss counts 1 and 3 were denied. And I'm sure Karen Reed's lawyers are very active right now. They're very motivated to keep going to see what is even possible. But at this point right now, the district attorney, Lally's office, are the only people that could drop the charges because the judge said, no, I am not dropping any charges. So now it's down to just the district attorney. So if they want to, if Lally's office wants to, then they can. And if they don't want to, as of right now, without the feds saying anything or putting a kibosh on anything Karen Reed trial, end of January, we get to do it all over again. Get to see those lovely faces back in court. But I'll keep you guys updated if anything else happens, anything else goes down. It probably won't be like immediate, but summer is over. The summer crazies are done now. I had a wild summer. I hope you guys had a good summer. I had such a wild freaking summer. Like, things happened that I never would have thought. Like, you get one text message and things like go bonkers. So yeah, it was a crazy summer, but it's done now. And it's starting to get cool out, and I'm in spooky season now. Do you see the spooks? Wee woo wee. Spooky. That's a bat. So I'm in spooky season now. And I'm going to try to get back to streaming like literally every day that I can. So if you want to see anything in particular, let me know. If you want to hear about anything in particular, let me know. If you want me to look through documents of a certain case, let me know. I'm just going to keep kind of digging in. I really wanted to cover the Robert Tellis trial, but the things that happened in the summer would not allow me to do it. We might maybe do like a recap of it or something. That could probably be interesting. It's a very interesting case of how it happened. There's things coming up soon. Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, talk about a wild one. Sarah Boone case is trial is coming right around the corner. I believe October is when the trial date is set, mid-October, I think. Sarah Boone has gone through many lawyers, court-appointed attorneys, and then kind of ran them all off. And then the judge was like, okay, you don't get any more court-appointed attorneys. You can represent yourself or pay for one. And she found an attorney who is handling her case pro bono. And he's trying right now he tried to be like, hey, look, I just came on this case. I have so much work to do. We got to push it back. And the judge is like, I'm sorry. I don't care that you got work to do. Like, Sandra's been working on it. Like, it's set. We're going. We are not putting the date again. So maybe some Sarah Boone stuff. And yeah, maybe some like not so true crimey stories. Spooky time. I don't know. We'll see. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. I'm going to go. Unless there's something else that I need to do. I don't think there is. I think I'm good. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Sandra Birchmore, we're still fighting for you. Fuck you, Matthew. God, he sucks. All right. I will see you guys next time. Maybe, what's today? Thursday? Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Turn those notifications on. Turn them on. All right. I don't have an outro. I never made one. So I'll just play the intro again and then I'll end the stream. Okay, bye.